Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The meeting is called to order. Before we proceed with agenda item 4, I give the floor to the Secretary of the Commission for announcements in relation to the election of the governing councils.
Thank you, Chair, and very good morning to all distinguished delegates, both in the room and connected online. Just a reminder to all delegates that the second round of balloting for the elections of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, SIAP, is taking place as we speak, simultaneously in 3 locations. In Bangkok, in Conference Room 4, Level 1, in Suva, at the ESCAP's Regional Office for the Pacific, and in Beijing, in the UN compound. Delegates have until 11 hours Bangkok time, 16 hours Suva time, and 12 hours Beijing time to cast their votes. A reminder that the candidates for the second ballot to fill the remaining seats are Bangladesh, Georgia, Pakistan, and the Philippines. Results will be announced tomorrow morning under other matters. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretariat. We will now consider agenda item 4, review of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. The documents pertaining to this item are ESCAP/78/ entitled Summary of Progress in the Implementation of Commission Resolutions, ESCAP/78/6 entitled Summary of the Meetings of the Subsidiary Bodies of the Commission held in the period 2021 to 2022, and ESCAP/78/INF/1 entitled Annual Reports of International and Intergovernmental Organizations provided to the Commission. First, I begin with a presentation by the Secretariat covering the work of the Secretariat since the Commission last met in May 2021. It is my pleasure to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary, Mr. Kaveh Zahedi, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Zahedi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues. I have the pleasure of presenting to you the work from across the ESCAP Secretariat in support of implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. And inevitably, the starting point for the presentation is to take stock of where our region stands in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. Many of you would have seen ESCAP's annual assessment, which painted, I guess, a picture of slow progress with some severe implications for people, for economies, and for the environment of the region. As you can see from your screens, except for maybe Goal 7 on energy and Goal 9 on industry, infrastructure, and innovation, the pace of progress is too slow to reach the goals by 2030. And I think what the data also shows is that Asia-Pacific is even moving in the wrong direction when it comes to a few of the goals. For example, climate action and responsible consumption and production. This was something that countries took stock of during the 9th session of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development last month, where this progress assessment was first presented. And I think what we learned from those discussions was that while as countries in the region are slowly recovering from the worst of the pandemic has also revealed and in some cases perpetuated the existing inequalities and vulnerabilities. And all of this through the APFSD, I think, culminated in a very strong message on regional priorities that is being relayed now to the next high-level political forum in July. One of the things that really has caught a great deal of attention this year, and it brings us to our disaster risk reduction program, is the intersection of COVID-19 with disasters and climate change. And this has given us a glimpse of what we've called the cascading risks that lie ahead. Our latest analysis shows that disasters, biohazards, and climate change are costing Asia-Pacific an annual average of about $780 billion and are expected to increase to about 1.4 billion or 4.2% of regional GDP in the worst case scenario. So really a fast increasing cost to our region. The Secretariat's disaster risk reduction work, of course, is because of that supporting countries to adapt to this new riskscape. For example, we're working at the sub-regional level to increase the understanding of the expanding riskscape, including slow onset events such as desertification in East and Northeast Asia under the NIASPEC program. And our work also helps develop response strategies to this new reality. For example, the implementation of the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action for Adaptation to Drought, and also to integrating health preparedness into disaster risk reduction systems, as we've been able to see and support in South and Southwestern Asia in cooperation with ECO and BIMSTEC. A priority for addressing these cascading risks, of course, is greater ambition for climate action. Again, ESCAP's analysis has showed that even if countries in our region delivered on existing emission reduction commitments, greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 would increase by about 34% compared to 2010. So still an upward trajectory in emissions. And that's why we have very much scaled up on our support to countries on ambitious climate actions, including through revised nationally determined contributions, through carbon pricing instruments, and through modalities for scaling up regional cooperation to tackle air pollution. Same can be said at the city level, where we're working with local governments and stakeholders to deploy smart city solutions for local level climate action, tackling air pollution and strengthening waste management. And of course, as many of you know, we're also preparing for the Committee on Environment and Development at the ministerial level later on this year, which will revisit the direction and focus of our broader environment and development work. All of this brings us to the energy program. For our region, raising climate ambitions requires an urgent energy transition. As shown in the graph, renewable energy only accounted for about 10% of total final energy consumption in 2019, and there's been very little change since then. High dependence on fossil fuels has not only contributed to runaway climate change in the region, but it has also exposed countries in the past 2 years to price volatility and energy insecurity. An accelerated transition to renewables in Asia and the Pacific is, of course, needed to improve regional energy security, to tackle the air pollution crisis, and to deliver on the commitments of the Paris Agreement. And to this end, the Secretariat has been working and continues to work with countries to develop scenarios for their energy transitions. Roadmaps for SDG 7 were completed in 11 countries and 3 cities in the region, and the program continues along that trajectory of support. Regionally also, our work is supporting energy connectivity, especially through the promotion of green grids, to help countries collectively confront their energy security and sustainability challenges. The transport sector is also contributing to the growing greenhouse gas emissions in Asia and the Pacific. The region is expected to see exponential growth of transport demand. Our simulation shows that if business continues as usual, carbon dioxide emissions may rise by as much as 87% by 2050. But an ambitious transition to green transport and logistics systems could help halve the 2015 levels of emission by 2050. The new Regional Action Programme for Sustainable Transport Development, adopted at the Ministerial Conference, provides a very clear roadmap for making this transition a reality. We are continuing to support we're continuing our support to countries to move towards sustainable and resilient transport, such as through country-specific roadmaps for sustainable, resilient port development that we have been able to support in countries such as Indonesia, Maldives, and Vietnam, and assessments of sustainable transport potential in some 20 cities in 12 countries. Trade and investment, the next program, has really the potential to not only be an engine of our region's growth, but as our annual trade report highlighted, it can also turbocharge SDG progress, including through climate-smart regional trade agreements. ESCAP is working closely with countries to facilitate the digitalization of trade procedures and implementation of the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade to both improve efficiency and to make trade climate smart. Our work is helping governments such as Bhutan, Mongolia, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines to design necessary strategies to direct foreign direct investment towards greener sectors of the economy. We're also working with businesses to accelerate the change. The upcoming launch of the Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business by the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network is really an important statement of intent in this regard. Like trade, digital transformation also has the potential to accelerate SDG progress. But a prerequisite is bridging the digital divide. Our region remains the most digitally divided. The Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative, in its second phase, is leading accelerated actions to turn the digital divide into a digital dividend, such as through the promotion of sub-regional internet exchange points. Through the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development, national capacity is being strengthened to use geospatial data to respond to issues such as drought, forest fires, cyclones, and of course, COVID-19. ESCAP is also working with the private sector to develop innovative and inclusive business models while helping governments to put in place enabling policies for innovation, such as in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Vietnam, and elsewhere. While major transformations in energy, in trade, in transport, and ICT, the areas that I've just presented to you, are vital for the region's long-term sustainability ambitions, the pandemic has put the spotlight also on social protection as a more immediate first line of defense for the most vulnerable. Therefore, the Secretariat has continued to scale up its work on social protection, including supporting member states such as Cambodia, the Maldives, and Mongolia, in enhancing social protection systems in line with the action plan to strengthen regional cooperation in social protection that was adopted by our member states. We have redoubled our work on leaving no one behind, including people in vulnerable situations. One such group is older persons. Asia and the Pacific is aging rapidly, with almost 1 in 4 persons being in the older population between 2020 and 2050. And to this end, we're supporting countries to review progress and assess the situation of older persons and persons with disabilities, both groups, ahead of their respective intergovernmental reviews this year. Taking stock of the region's development and looking forward, our survey 2022 highlights the importance of ensuring equitable economic recovery amid economic uncertainty. The pandemic has pushed 85 million people into extreme poverty, while doubling the number of people living in multidimensional poverty. The recovery requires spending smart by prioritizing healthcare, education, and social protection despite the tightening fiscal space. This is why we have prioritized our work to support countries in aligning economic recovery policies with the SDGs and developing the necessary financing mechanisms. This includes technical support to conduct fiscal assessment and identify the relevant design of fiscal stimulus packages, such as in Kyrgyzstan, in Pakistan, and in Samoa. And we are working with governments and partners to explore innovative financing mechanisms for the SDGs, such as debt for climate swaps in the Pacifics and the SDG bond in Cambodia. Spending smart, as we advocate, sectoral transformations, and accelerating SDG progress all require filling many of the existing data gaps and turning the grey areas you see in this graph into green. To this end, we are working with countries to strengthen their national statistical systems to deliver trusted and disaggregated data. We are strengthening capacity of national statistical systems to maximize the use of administrative data for civil registration and vital statistics, and drive a more ambitious agenda at the ministerial conference last November. We are working with partners to collect integrated data and statistics on key development challenges of the region, such as ocean accounts and disaster-related statistics. Our work in SDG progress assessment is helping countries to construct national progress assessment using their own data and indicators as a basis for science-based decision-making. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, to conclude, while the pandemic is not the cause of some of the slow progress that I have just presented to you on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, it has, of course, likely further slowed this progress. As countries emerge from the pandemic, a sole focus on economic growth is likely to hinder progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals and unlikely to lead to a region able to deal with the cascading risks that lie ahead. The work of the Commission provides a solid base for the necessary transition for the countries of Asia-Pacific to build forward fairer and better. And we look forward to the deliberations of the Commission to further fine-tune our support to Member States in achieving their sustainable development plans and ambitions. With that, Honourable Chair, I hand the floor back to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Zahedi, for the presentation. Let us proceed to agenda item 4A, Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The report of the forum is contained in documents ESCAP/78/7. We shall begin with a brief statement from the chair of the 9th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. May I invite the conference room officers to play the video from His Excellency Carl Kendrick T. Chua, Secretary, National Economic and Development Authority, Philippines, and Chair of the 9th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning to all of you. It has been an honor to chair the 9th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. Member states of ESCAP, intergovernmental bodies, United Nations bodies, and specialized agencies, relevant groups, and other stakeholders shared their perspectives on the progress, implementation, and challenges confronting the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the region, particularly on their tireless efforts to build back better after the debilitating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The recently concluded forum highlighted the pressing need to shape policies with the rights and welfare of the marginalized and the most vulnerable at its heart. To do this, we must leverage the power of multi-stakeholder partnerships. The forum also underscored the importance of enhancing social protection, providing quality education, achieving gender equality, accelerating the transformation or transition to inclusive and green economies, and prioritizing more sustainable solutions as a way of mitigating the risks associated with climate change. The forum hosted 5 parallel roundtable discussions focused on Sustainable Development Goals 4, 5, 14, 15, and 17. The discussions reviewed the strides we have taken towards achievement of each goal and identified priority areas of engagement as we draw closer to the 2030 deadline. Over 40 side events and related events were organized through the contributions and efforts of member states, UN agencies, and other stakeholders. The forum examined the work of the United Nations Development System at the regional level with the end view of finding ways to further strengthen collaboration and coordination in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific. The forum also highlighted the UN Development System's efforts on capacity building and the generation of resources in order to develop solutions to accelerate the region's socio-economic recovery from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Delegations reviewed the opportunities highlighted in the voluntary national reviews in order to strengthen the sense of national ownership, improve cross-functional coordination among various levels of government, and facilitate the sharing of best practices, such as various homegrown development approaches. Peer learning was deemed as a critical aspect in the efforts to transform the 2030 agenda from aspiration to reality. Finally, the interlinked and cross-cutting nature of the challenges our region is confronted with, such as poverty, hunger, inequality, climate change, and injustice, among others, require the concerted efforts of all stakeholders at the levels of government and society. Hence, this forum calls for stronger and more enduring linkages as a critical step towards designing strategies that will enable us to address common risks and challenges. Despite the ominous threat posed by the pandemic to reverse years of progress we have made towards achieving the 2030 agenda, the delegation's level of engagement and the quality of the forum's outcomes is a testament to the strength of our collective resolve to usher in a future of transformative growth and development. Together, let us seize this opportunity to develop a robust and resilient regional response that will enable us to build Asia-Pacific back better after the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
I now open the floor for comments. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. I remind all delegates that longer statements can be sent to the Secretariat and will be circulated. The first speaker is the Republic of Korea, followed by Thailand. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, please allow me to extend to you, on behalf of the delegation, my heartfelt congratulations on your election as chair of the 78th session of the Commission. The same goes to the vice chairs. I would also like to congratulate ESCAP on its 75th anniversary of establishment and appreciate the dedication of the member states and ESCAP Secretariat to promote economic and social development in the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development has been instrumental in advancing progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by enabling a credible review and evaluation of the regional progress, and further encouraging mutual learning among member states and other stakeholders. The 9th APFSD, held under the theme of Building Back Better from the COVID-19, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific, provided valuable feedback that the region has made slow progress on SDG Goal 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG Goal 13, climate action, amid the escalating climate crisis. Also, our region's progress remains slow and stagnant for many of the goals. However, the APFSD served as a good opportunity to recognize again the necessity of solidarity and cooperation to move forward for our future. As a strong advocate of multilateralism and regional cooperation, the Republic of Korea reaffirmed our commitment to ensure sustainable, resilient recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and highlighted the essential role of multi-stakeholder partnerships as well as investment for inclusive green growth. Distinguished delegates, I'd like to quote the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres New Year message. Moments of great difficulty are also moments of great opportunity to come together in solidarity. The Republic of Korea is committed to working together with ESCAP member states, major groups, and other stakeholders to accelerate transformations for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We will continue to increase our contributions to the regional and global process of the follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea, for your statement. Now, Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Thailand highly values the APFSD as the leading platform for all stakeholders to engage in a meaningful dialogue on ways to emerge stronger from the pandemic and strike towards the full implementation of the SDGs. This year's forum also served to reaffirm our conviction that efforts to achieve sustainable development would be futile without peace and sustainability. And as we navigate through a multitude placing challenges, Thailand emphasized 3 critical issues at this year's forum. First, to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to promote sustained and inclusive growth, one that leads to the balance of all things by ensuring economic progress and well-being of the people, while at the same time protecting and preserving the planet. Thailand is currently pursuing the bio-circular green economy model, which we hope will transform our growth into a more sustainable and inclusive one. Thailand hopes to share this development strategy with all in the region. We have done so within ASEAN and is now doing so within APEC, which Thailand played host this year. Second, Thailand believes that greater synergies among the UN agencies and between regional commissions and sub-regional organizations are needed to ensure sustainable recovery and further accelerate the SDG implementation. And we commend ESCAP for its effort to promote partnerships with regional and sub-regional organizations, such as ASEAN. We encourage ESCAP to continue this good work so that all resources and assets within the region work in tandem and complement one another. Third, as it has been estimated that at the current pace of work, Asia-Pacific will achieve SDGs only in 2065. There's pressing need to mobilize and engage all stakeholders in the SDGs implementation. At national level, Thailand has established a mechanism to further engage youth and private sectors in the country's development efforts. And at this year's APFSD, we co-organized with UN volunteers the regional launch of the State of World Volunteerism Report, which stressed the importance of strong partnership between government and volunteers in driving the SDGs. And we also collaborated with UNICEF, Asia Pacific Regional Office, to organize side event on intergenerational dialogue on SDGs, whereby youth representatives can share their views on way to advance quality education amid COVID-19. Distinguished delegates, in concluding, Thailand expresses appreciation to the Secretariat for organizing this year's APFSD, which we believe deliver meaningful result. And we hope that the discussions at the APFSD will reflect the regional perspective and meaningfully contribute to the discussion at the HLPF. We look forward to further deliberation at the HLPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. Now the next speaker is China, followed by Russia. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。发展是解决一切问题的金钥匙。中国始终将发展作为执政兴国第一要务，坚持以人民为中心，倡导新发展理念，构建新发展格局，积极落实2030年可持续发展议程。中国历史性消除绝对贫困，提前10年实现2030年议程减贫目标，建成了世界上规模最大的社会保障和义务教育体系，妇女地位得到不断提升，残疾人的权益得到有效保障。中国宣布2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年实现碳中和的目标愿景，不断推进生态文明建设，促进绿色发展。 中国始终同其他发展中国家守望相助，为160多个发展中国家提供了发展援助，开展了上万个技术合作和人力资源开发合作项目。疫情发生以来，中国首先开展全球紧急人道主义援助，先后向120多个国家和地区提供了超过21亿剂疫苗，是对外提供疫苗最多的国家，为建立全球免疫屏障做出了重大贡献。当前世界之变、时代之变、历史之变正以前所未有的方式展开。面对全球可持续发展的严峻挑战，我们要用对话合作取代零和博弈，用开放包容取代封闭排他，用交流互鉴取代唯我独尊。去年，习近平主席郑重提出全球发展倡议，坚持以人民为中心，以落实2030年可持续发展议程为宗旨，聚焦发展中国家当前面临的最紧迫问题，重点推进减贫、抗疫、气候变化、互联互通等8个领域合作。欢迎所有志同道合的发展伙伴加入，携手努力促进全球可持续发展。中方将继续与亚太国家携手同心，行而不辍，汇聚团结合作的伟力，共同创造亚太更加美好的未来。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Now, Russia, you have the floor, please.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин председатель. У нас сейчас есть хорошая возможность посмотреть на то, где находится регион АТР в плане выполнения повестки 2030. И те комментарии, которые я сейчас выскажу, они касаются и пункта 4А, и в целом всего пункта 4 выполнения повестки дня 2030 в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. Мы бы хотели поблагодарить секретариат за тот доклад, оценку, я бы даже сказал, хороший аналитический доклад, который показывает нам ситуацию с ходом выполнения повестки дня 2030. Я имею в виду вот ту презентацию, которую только что сделал господин Кавех. Впечатляет и, к сожалению, не вызывает чувство удовлетворения с точки зрения того, где мы находимся. Особенно на меня произвела впечатление вот эта вот большая красная линия, медиана, которая показывает, что государства АТР, к сожалению, до нее еще до сих пор не добрались. Это значит, что нам нужно приложить еще больше усилий для выполнения повестки 2030 в регионе. Понятно, что мы все сталкиваемся с серьезными вызовами. Среди них и пандемия ковид. И поэтому, увы, это действительно, как сказал господин Каве, те факторы, которые усугубляют ситуацию. В этой связи мы приветствуем усилия секретариата по оказанию содействия государствам региона в соответствии с их потребностями в достижении целей устойчивого развития, в подготовке отчетности о прогрессе в реализации повестки 2030. Казалось бы, простая вещь – отчетность. Но, с одной стороны, это весьма непростой процесс с точки зрения сбора информации, а с другой стороны, это важнейший элемент оценки реального положения дел. На это надо обращать и дальше самое серьезное внимание. Мы знаем, что секретариат обращает на это внимание, и дальше надо на этот аспект обращать внимание. Считаем, что важную каталитическую роль в выполнении повестки 2030 играют субрегиональные форумы по устойчивому развитию. Это то, что мы называем у себя дома «ситуация на земле». Субрегиональные форумы дают хорошую возможность для обмена опытом для более углубленного анализа динамики реализации повестки 2030. В этой связи хотели бы выделить ведущуюся на этом направлении активную работу под эгидой субрегионального отделения для Северной и Центральной Азии. Что касается внутринационального аспекта, что касается, собственно говоря, усилий в Российской Федерации, я не буду подробно на этом останавливаться. Наше выступление мы представим в секретариат в полном объеме. Я хочу лишь коротко отметить, что внутри нашей страны на общегосударственном уровне ведется последовательная работа по интеграции принципов устойчивого развития во все, я подчеркиваю, все социально-экономические программы России. Картина у нас дома лучше. Предварительный анализ показывает, что все ориентиры секторальных программ, они устойчиво ведут к достижению либо одной, либо более целей устойчивого развития. Сегодня во вступительном слове господина Кавега была особо отмечена проблема климата.
Distinguished delegates of Russia, you have exceeded the time limit. Please wrap up your statement. Thank you.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Я думаю, я в течение минуты завершу свое выступление. Вместе с тем, эта тема ключевая для всего нашего форума. И я думаю, так сказать, оценки государств-членов, они имеют реальное практическое значение и для секретариата, и для ориентирования всей нашей работы. С вашего позволения, мне потребуется еще 1-2 минуты. Особую актуальность, считаем, имеют климатические аспекты устойчивого развития. Исходим из того, что при разработке мер климатической политики государства должны отдавать приоритет скоординированным на международном уровне действиям, прежде всего тем, которые утверждены на профильной площадке Рамочной конвенции ООН об изменении климата. Что касается России, то для реализации климатической повестки только что в 2021 году у нас принята стратегия долгосрочного развития с низким уровнем выбросов парниковых газов до 2050 года. Считаем мощным локомотивом движения к устойчивому развитию партнерство со всеми основными группами общества и другими заинтересованными участниками. Особо выделяем в этом ряду частный сектор. В России для налаживания регулярного диалога по тематике устойчивого развития между государством и бизнесом под эгидом Минэкономразвития создана специальная площадка «Экспертный совет по устойчивому развитию». Это, к слову, об обмене опытом между делегациями о наилучших практиках. Господин председатель, в заключение, мы намерены и дальше оказывать помощь комиссии, государствам-членам АТР в укреплении их потенциала, ориентированно на решение задач устойчивого развития. Реализуем проекты технического содействия. За весь период мы уже реализовали более 40 проектов. Я имею в виду, при использовании российского добровольного взноса реализовано более 40 проектов. Завершаю. Задача сложная. Повестка 2030 ориентирована на 30-й год, а осталось времени совсем немного. Мы убеждены, что только дух партнерства и многосторонности в работе ESCAP на других площадках способен переломить ситуацию с реализацией повестки 2030, исправить ее к лучшему и обеспечить достижение всех целей устойчивого развития. Благодарю вас, господин председатель.
Thank you, Russia, for your statement. The next speaker is India, followed by Bangladesh. India, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, as countries around the world grapple with the after effects of COVID-19 pandemic, we must acknowledge the resilience of countries in the region, striving to build back better and deliver on the 2030 agenda by adopting inclusive and sustainable approaches. The pandemic has posed significant challenges in all aspects, including health, education, labor, and employment. However, these challenges are not insurmountable if the international community pools its collective experience and knowledge to forge an environmentally sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future that would leave no one behind. Mr. Chair, India took several strong and swift measures to mitigate the effect of the pandemic at the outset 2 years ago. The Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan package, announced way back in March 2020, ensured the provision of food grains for 800 million people, cash transfers to 200 million women, insurance cover of INR 5 million for health workers, and increased impetus on the country's minimum wage guarantee program, which helped about 136 million households. Since then, the country has managed to administer 1.9 billion doses of vaccine, covering 97% of its population with at least one dose, and also provided over 162 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines to the countries under its Vaccine Maitri program, championing regional cooperation and multilateralism. The country has turned the pandemic into an opportunity following the call by the Honorable Prime Minister for Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, with the aim of making the country and its citizens self-reliant in all aspects. The 5 pillars of the campaign include economy, modern infrastructure, systems driven by technology, vibrant demography, and demand, to guide interventions for businesses, MSMEs, and the poor, including migrant and farmers. Mr. Chair, India is a large country, and there is an imminent need to develop faster, but sustainably, as we inch closer to the 2030 deadline to meet the aspirations of a large and young population. We need to make sound decisions driven by data to ensure all sections of the vast population of the country are included while policies are being formulated. In order to ensure greater policy effectiveness, there is also a need for better coordination among government institutions. Recognizing this, India has taken several steps to adopt cooperative federalism with horizontal integration at the national level and vertical integration at the subnational levels. Adoption of the SDG framework at the national level and the institution of a monitoring mechanism for SDGs in the country has led to the harmonization of the monitoring systems for key development priorities across the country. The adoption of the SDG framework has allowed vibrant competition to emerge among subnational governments via a ranking-based tool to measure competition among the states. And this enables them to achieve better outcomes for their provinces. The efforts of the subnational governments have led to the development of statistical systems in the country for monitoring progress on key indicators. Further localization and adoption of SDG framework to more granular levels at the levels of cities and districts, for example, has been taken up by the states by instituting tailored monitoring frameworks at local levels. For the first time in 2020, a close engagement with civil society organizations formed during the presentation of Voluntary National Reporting 2020. Over 1,000 CSOs, NGOs, and community organizations were part of the process and were instrumental in highlighting reflections from the grassroots. Building on the experience, the private sector has also been onboarded to formulate a roadmap for integrating principles of sustainability into business processes and operations. Thus, a whole-of-society approach has been adopted with local variations in setting priorities for achieving the 2030 agenda. The national and subnational governments have worked together to institute the national monitoring, reporting, and reviewing systems. The identification of areas of action and engagement with civil society and the private sector through vigorous partnerships has resulted in improved development outcomes as per the evidence from...
Distinguished Delegate of India, you have exceeded the time limit. Please wrap up your statement. Thank you.
Just a minute, sir. Major large-scale and robust surveys in the country. As the country continues on its path of achieving the 2030 agenda, we must recognize the importance of strengthening cooperation on key issues in the Asia-Pacific region to tackle common challenges, including those related to resource mobilization and technology transfer, to meet the commitments on SDGs. I thank the Chair for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, India, for your statement. Now next speaker is Bangladesh, followed by Indonesia. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Respected Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the outset, I would like to thank the ESCAP for selecting the theme of its 78th session as a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Bangladesh has entered into the low and middle income country group in 2015 and is recommended to graduate from the LDC in 2026. It revealed the sustained and inclusive growth in Bangladesh under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She has received the SDG Progress Award from the Sustainable Development Solution Network for making the most progress towards the SDGs. The government has approved the 8th five-year plan, which has incorporated the targets of SDGs, which depicts the strong political commitment for achieving the SDGs. With a view to ensuring horizontal and vertical integration, the government has been following the whole of the society approach with wider participation of all relevant stakeholders in the process of formulating the SDGs action plan. Presently, localization of SDGs has been given more emphasis in the country by identifying 40 national priority indicators to be implemented at the local level. To spearhead the process of monitoring, the 3 committees at different strata of field administration have been formed with relevant stakeholders. Despite the dire consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the average GDP growth in the last 13 years has been 6.3%. The provisional growth estimate for current year is 7.25%, which reveals that the economy is rebounding. Credits go to government's rightly intervention on some strategies, policies, and implementation of different stimulus packages. The government provided incentives, cash support, expanded social protection, and as a result, the poverty situation of the country was not that much devastated. Around 70% of the total population has been fully vaccinated. The initial challenges have been tackled by supplying necessary logistics and recruiting necessary human resources in the health sector. Education sector has approved COVID-19 response and recovery plan to address the already organized challenges. In March this year, the Honorable Prime Minister declared 100% access to electricity in the country. The government has constructed and handed over around 200,000 homes to the homeless. The government has provided 640 climate refugees with new homes in Cox's budget. Bangladesh has launched Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan 2030, which will leverage the financing of the 8th five-year plan, Vision 2041, to unlock a pathway for the fast-track delivery of the SDGs by 2030. Before the onset of COVID-19, Bangladesh was on track in achieving quite a few indicators. The pandemic has made it difficult for developing countries to achieve the SDGs in stipulated time. We believe that coordination, partnership, and sharing experiences and good practices among the Asia-Pacific region will be the key to achieve our goals. We would urge more regional cooperation to accelerate SDGs in intra and inter-regional trade and partnership trades, easier connectivity through Asian highways, Asian railways, dry ports, and investment networking through public-private partnership. The government has been implementing some people-centric transformational projects. The development of 100 special economic zones and 40 high-tech and software technology parks are considered to be the nucleus of innovation and development. We strongly believe that the framework of SDGs itself, built on inclusiveness, solidarity, and partnership, will help us to rebuild our world to the desired level. I thank you all for your kind attention, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4B, pertaining to the Committee on Social Development. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/5 on summary of progress in the implementation of Commission resolution and resolutions 68/7 and 74/7, ESCAP/78/8 on key social development issues for consideration in 2022, and ESCAP/78/9, report on the 7th session of the Working Group on Asian and Pacific Decades of Persons with Disability, 2013 to 2022. I now open the floor for comments. I ask all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is China. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。过去1年 ，ESCAP 在残疾人、妇女赋权和应对人口老龄化等方面，为各国提供政策支持、能力建设和交流平台，有序推进马德里老龄问题国际行动计划和亚太残疾人10年区域审议筹备工作。 组织联合国妇女地位委员会第66届会议区域研讨会，有效推动了亚太地区社会可持续发展，中方对此表示肯定。中方积极参与 ESCAP 社会发展领域合作，认真落实亚太加强社会保障区域合作行动计划，积极参加残疾人和老龄问题行动计划区域审议，并提交自愿国别调查。中方还通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金支持秘书处开展积极应对人口老龄化、减轻妇女无偿照料负担相关项目。亚太残疾人10年也获得中方持续的资金支持。今年初，北京2022年冬残奥会成功举办，发出了团结包容的时代呼唤，有力推动了包括亚太在内的全球残疾人事业发展。女士们、先生们，当前气候变化和新冠肺炎疫情起伏叠加，人口老龄化加速推进，给亚太地区可持续发展带来了严峻的挑战。社会发展领域可持续发展目标进展不足，弱势群体落后差距进一步拉大。中方认为，各方应加强团结，推进公平，增强社会发展包容性。根据本国国情和发展阶段，将2030年议程与国家发展战略深入对接，加强伙伴关系，奉行真正的多边主义，携手应对社会发展领域的共同挑战，在发展中保障弱势群体权益，携手努力兑现不让一个人掉队的庄严承诺。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Next speaker is Thailand, to be followed by Indonesia. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Thai Government, it is my honor to address the 78th session of the Commission of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. At the onset, I wish to reiterate Thailand's commitment to tackle poverty and find the key factors of the poor as the COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately impacted the low-income household. The Thai People Map and Analytical Platform, OTP Map, therefore, has been launched to be the key measure to collect disaggregated data on conditions and environments of 2.68 million households with registered poor members. By 2022, TPMAP will be the platform to assist the government in designing its poverty eradication policy for different groups in the country. Second, as Thailand will become a completed age society with the proportion of older population at 20%, I wish to reiterate Thailand's commitment to the protection and promotion of the rights and well-being of older persons in line with Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. To enhance the rights of persons with disabilities in a new normal way, Thailand has initiated the mobile application for persons with disabilities to facilitate their access to services, including employment, fund, as well as social assistance in timely manner. Also, the disability allowance has been extended to 1,000 baht per month, covering children with disabilities under the age of 18. We need to scale up investment in social protection. The safety nets and social protection strategies must be enhanced with the view to ensure access to benefits and welfare for key target groups. As the world is recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, our actions must be doubled and accelerated towards the achievement of the SDGs, also must go hand in hand with the promotion and protection of all human rights and fundamental freedoms so that the growth is resilient and inclusive for everyone. I thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. Next, Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a significant challenge to the development in Indonesia. It has disrupted the progress of poverty reductions, and in 2020, the poverty rate has returned to 3 years setback, reaching more than 10% or equal to the rate when we were in 2017. Inequality is truly widening. Through the Family Hope program, 10 million poor households in Indonesia receive conditional cash assistance along with access to health and education. In 2020, also, Indonesia spent 18.1% of state expenditures on social protections with an additional $10 billion to address the COVID-19 pandemic, especially, of course, for national health insurance. As a result, the poverty rate in Indonesia successfully reduced to 9.71% in 2021. However, Mr. Chair, there is much work to be done. Therefore, Indonesia stands ready to develop more effective, inclusive, and sustainable multi-sectoral policies to face the challenges of social development. The policies are directed towards, first, strengthening the assistance scheme and integrated services. Second, improving the target to alleviate poverty. Third, strengthening the national social security system for health and employment. And last, increasing social welfare for those who are in vulnerable situations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your statement. The next speaker is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Respected Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the ESCAP for hosting this prestigious event. The Constitution of the People's Republic of Bangladesh has expressed its commitment in ensuring equal rights of all citizens, upholding their dignity as human beings, protecting basic human rights, and establishing social equality. We have adopted various programs for social protection, human resource development, poverty alleviation, and empowerment of women. All of these programs are related towards the achieving of SDGs. Bangladesh has made remarkable strides over the last decade by implementing a lot of social security programs. In the current fiscal year, the number of beneficiaries of different social security programs have been increased. All beneficiaries are receiving allowances through e-payment. The government is committed to ensuring a well-organized social security system to reduce gender inequality. We are promoting the rights of women, children, disabled girls, and providing protection to orphaned and socially abused girls. The government is providing food, financial assistance, microcredit assistance, arrangement of rehabilitation for the burnt and persons with disabilities, allowances for widows, and skill development program. We have spread the coverage of social protection to 100% eligible senior citizens and widows and husband-destitute women in 62 upazilas. The government is implementing several types of disability-oriented programs to ensure employment, rehabilitation, and reorientation to society for persons with disabilities. We have adopted a 10-point agenda to oversee employment and well-being of migrant workers. The agenda includes institutional and legal reforms, digitization, skill development, market expansion, better access to service, easier access to finance, and reintegration. The government is committed that no child will be deprived of educational opportunities. Government is providing free education at the primary level, free textbook, monthly stipend, school feeding program in poverty-stricken areas, and communication of wash blocks are few of the important programs. Despite COVID-19 pandemic, Bangladesh has sustained its economic development and has become a role model in disaster management and disaster risk reduction. We have adopted short-term, medium-term, and long-term action plans so that the poorest and the most vulnerable section of the country can be integrated into the national development, keeping the vision, leaving no one behind. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4C on the Committee on Environment and Development. The documents pertinent to this item are SCAP/78/5 on summary of progress in the implementation of Commission resolution and Resolution 68/7 and 76/1, SCAP/78/10 report of the Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agriculture Mechanization on its 17th session, SCAP/78/11 on opportunity for reaching carbon neutrality in the Asia Pacific region, and SCAP/78/INF/1 1 containing the reports of the Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia and of the Mekong River Commission. I now invite the chair of the 17th session of the Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agriculture Mechanization, Ms. Thien Tam Dinh, Vice Director General, Vietnam Institute of Agriculture Engineering and Post-Harvest Technology, Vietnam, to brief us on the outcome of that meeting.
Respected chairs and distinguished delegates, as the chair of the 17th session of the Governing Council of Central for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, CSAM, it is my honor to brief you on the meeting which was attended by all 9 Governing Council members and 2 observers. During the meeting, the Governing Council highlighted the importance of mechanization for agricultural modernization and rural development. It particularly noted the need to reduce post-harvest loss and waste in order to enable the transformation of food systems and promote achievement of the related SDGs as envisioned at the United Nations Food System Summit convened last year, for which sustainable agricultural mechanization can play a vital role. The Governing Council was briefed about the key results of CSAM's work on sustainable agricultural mechanization in 2021. The Center responded quickly to global United Nations initiatives like the Food System Summit and COP26, supported recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic in agriculture, promoted resilience building, and strengthened regional integration through stakeholder networks. 2 CSAM initiatives were awarded as Best Poverty Reduction Practice by a consortium of government and international partners in China. The Council commended CSAM on the achievements of its work program, including the recognition received for its projects in 2021. Some of the areas recommended for focus in 2022 include climate-smart mechanization and green equipment, innovation including artificial intelligence and digital technologies, needs of vulnerable groups, post-harvest mechanization, and agricultural machinery custom hiring centers and testing stations. The Council endorsed CSAM's work report and financial status report for 2021 and work plan for 2022. Among matters for attention of the Commission, the Council recommended that CSAM conduct a study on the feasibility of establishing a regional agreement for the mutual recognition of agricultural machinery testing to enhance trade and safe and efficient machinery. To conclude, I would like to reinstate the important role of sustainable agricultural mechanization in accelerating the achievements of SDGs in this decade of action. I urge all ESCAP members and associate members and other stakeholders to support the important work of CSAM. I thank you.
Thank you for your briefing. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes.
Indonesia? Yeah, you can announce.
I see Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emission by 29% and up to 41% by 2030, if accompanied by adequate international support. This is higher than our previous pledge in 2010. We mainstream green economy through low carbon development initiative and climate resilient development. We also focus on green industry development, waste management, circular economy, and sustainable energy, sustainable land and restoration. Carbon pricing policy has been issued, along with carbon tax and carbon offset trading to support sustainable development investment. Low emission economic activities will be carried out through the new renewable energy project energy transition mechanism. Mr. Chair, food loss and waste management brings multi-dimensional benefits to Indonesia. It improves our food system and at the same time reduce emission. Strengthening food and nutrition security is one of the national development priorities. We emphasize on revitalizing the food system, meeting market needs, restoring agriculture, fisheries employment, and continuing the mandatory fertilization policy and wet floor, including the default rates bio-fertilization initiative. Mr. Chair, lastly, we call for closer international collaboration to address climate change and its nexus with food, energy, and water security. Indonesia stands ready to collaborate in achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your intervention. The next speaker is Japan, to be followed by China. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In order to achieve SDGs, it is important for the whole international community to work on transformation of society. I'd like to take this opportunity to briefly share with you Japan's efforts to achieve SDGs. At the end of last year, Japan formulated SDGs Action Plan 2022 to accelerate its efforts. In order to promote the SDGs comprehensively and effectively, the government of Japan set up the SDGs Promotion Headquarters, chaired by the Prime Minister, with the participation of all cabinet ministers. The SDGs Promotion Roundtable meeting was also established under the headquarters. Through discussions at this roundtable, Japan is promoting various measures toward the achievement of the SDGs with the participation of all stakeholders. Now let me explain Japan's commitment on carbon neutrality. In October 2020, Japan declared its aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And in April last year, Japan also announced its ambitious goal consistent with carbon neutrality target by 2050. That is, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 46% in fiscal year 2030 as compared to fiscal year 2013, and also making continuous efforts to achieve a higher goal of 50% reduction. Last October, the Cabinet of Japan decided two important policy documents. First, the Plan for Global Warming Countermeasures, which specifies the measures and policies and clearly indicates the pathway to the realization of the new 2030 target. Second, the long-term strategy under the Paris Agreement, which indicates the basic concept and vision for carbon neutrality by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, plastic pollution, including the marine environment, is also an urgent issue ESCAP and its member states are facing. In March this year, at the UN Environmental Assembly, UNEA 5.2, we are pleased that a resolution was adopted on the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Japan played a leading role in this process, including the submission of a draft resolution. In the future negotiation process, we will work closely with other countries to create an effective framework so that as many plastics emitting and consuming countries as possible will participate. On Monday this week, the first day of the 70th ESCAP Commission session, Japan and Thailand co-hosted a side event on plastic pollution. At this side event, Japan's Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Miyake Shingo, explained Japan's contribution. I express sincere appreciation to Executive Secretary Ms. Shabana for giving the opening remarks at this event. I'm glad that there are active discussions with valuable input from experts from Japan, Thailand, US, and India. The negotiation on the legally binding instrument will begin in the second half of this year. In order to make it effective, Japan will continue to make active contribution in cooperation with ESCAP, which shares the concept of the Osaka Blue Ocean Vision. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Japan, for your statement. Next, China. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。中国始终坚持人与自然和谐共生，以生态文明思想为指导，贯彻新发展理念，坚持走生态优先、绿色低碳的发展之路。中国绿色发展成效逐步显现，煤炭消费占能源消费的比重下降至56%，清洁能源比重上升至25.3%，生态环境质量持续改善。中国秉持绿色办冬奥理念，办成了迄今为止第一个碳中和冬奥会。中国积极开展气候变化、生物多样性、野生动植物保护、荒漠化防治等方面的国际合作， 深入推进气候变化南南合作，积极向其他发展中国家提供发展援助，携手应对气候变化。女士们、先生们，气候变化和环境问题是全球性的，我们要维护多边共识，加强互信合作，促进环境与发展平衡推动。我们要坚持共同但有区别的责任原则，为发展中国家应对气候变化提供更多资金和技术支持。我们要加速绿色转型，探索保护和发展相协同的新路径。中方支持 ESCAP 秘书处，协助各国应对气候变化，促进疫后可持续复苏。联合国可持续农业机械化中心推动农业可持续发展，促进本地区粮食安全，中方对此表示赞赏。中国愿与亚太国家一道，携手推动环境保护与发展，合力保护人类共同的地球家园。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. The next speaker is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please. Bangladesh, distinguished delegates of Bangladesh, please turn on your microphone and also camera.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chair of the session, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Excellencies, Bangladesh is considered as one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, though our contribution to global warming is less than 0.4% of the global GHG emission. Climate change has emerged as the biggest threat to sustainable development and is triggering widespread and unprecedented impacts that disproportionately affecting. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified the vulnerability of climate change victims. Bangladesh is the first developing country that has adopted a comprehensive climate change strategy and action plan in 2009 and established a national climate financing mechanism using its own revenue budget. We have doubled climate change related expenses in the last 7 years. In August 2021, we submitted an ambitious and updated nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC. We have cancelled 10 coal-based power plants worth $12 billion of foreign investment that depicts our commitment to reduce carbon footprints. We have adopted the Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100, a comprehensive 100-year strategic plan aimed at gradual sustainable development through adaptive delta management process to achieve a safe, climate resilient and prosperous delta. Excellencies, blue economy has unfolded enormous potentialities with regard to sustained economic growth, development, and natural resources management trajectory. Our country is committed to tap the marine resources in a sustainable manner. We have taken various activities and action plans to manage the blue economy. A regional cooperation may be established for the exploration and extraction of the blue economy for mining, tourism, coastal shipping, marine safety, and surveillance in a sustainable manner. Ladies and gentlemen, at this auspicious moment today, let us join our hands together to consolidate our partnership to fight against the perilous threats of climate change and make the world a safer and better place for our future generation. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. The next speaker is representative of United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and to be followed by representative from Mekong River Commission, MRC. Representative of UNEP, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in March this year, a historic UN Environment Assembly resolution adopted a resolution to end plastic pollution, creating a pathway to establish an intergovernmental negotiating committee to prepare a legally binding global agreement by the end of 2024. This agreement will cover the full life cycle of plastics, and the resolution acknowledged the key role of both the public and private sector in creating a circular plastic economy. A second key resolution supports the establishment of a comprehensive and ambitious science policy panel on the sound management of chemicals and waste and preventing pollution. The ministerial declaration at the Assembly recognized humanity's failure to date to manage chemicals and waste, a threat further aggravated by COVID-19 pandemic through widespread use of single-use plastics and disinfectant chemicals. In 2021, Mr. Chair, the Asset Deposition Monitoring Network in East Asia expanded its scope from asset deposition to include other atmospheric environment-related substances, such as particulate matter 2.5. This landmark decision comes after 20 years of cooperation in the East Asian region. Air pollution is a shared responsibility, and our region must prioritize it as it is one of the most significant environmental health risks of our time. Allow me also to note that the 4th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific was held in October 2021 in Suwon, the Republic of Korea. This forum provides a platform for member states to develop a common agenda around the environmental dimension of sustainable development, to inform the UN Environment Assembly and also key intergovernmental meetings in the region, such as this Commission session and the Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development. Ministers at the forum noted that while COVID-19 had hampered the capacity of member states to respond to the planetary crises, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to build back better. Government policies can reinforce linkages between health, human well-being, creation of green jobs, and the health of ecosystems. They further underline that developing countries require support to transition to greener, more sustainable development pathways post-COVID, and there is a need for nature-based solutions in the long term as part of COVID recovery plans. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Representative of UNEP. Next, Representative of Mekong River Commission. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, on behalf of the Mekong River Commission, I would like to highlight key achievements in 2021 in implementation of our strategic plan. In the area of cooperation and partnership, the MRC successfully secured funding from our member countries and development partners for implementation of the strategic plan. We have strengthened cooperation with ASEAN in conducting the first ever ASEAN MRC Water Security Dialogue to help countries in the Mekong and ASEAN address water security challenges. To promote the implementation of the Basin Development Strategy 2021 to 2030, which is designed to contribute to the SDGs, the MRC has worked with regional frameworks and partners, particularly in improving flood and drought forecasting and monitoring, riverine plastic monitoring, and irrigation and drought management. Similarly, the joint study between the MRC and the Mekong Lansang Corporation was approved for implementation to gain comprehensive understanding about the changing hydrological patterns of the Mekong and recommend adaptation strategies. To address transboundary issues and hydropower challenges, the MRC Council approved last year the renewed Sustainable Hydropower Development Strategy for the Lower Mekong Basin. Furthermore, the updated rules of procedures for our MRC Council and Joint Committee was approved to enhance transparency and effective decision-making for the organization. Although the MRC has made remarkable achievements in the past years, we will further enhance our role as a water diplomacy platform and find innovative solutions for a peaceful and prosperous region in cooperation with partners such as UN ESCAP. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mekong River Commission, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4D, pertinent. Sorry.
My apologies, Chair. We will deliver a statement in 4D. Thank you.
We shall now take up the agenda item 4D pertaining to the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/6 and the matters calling for action of the Commission or brought to its attention by the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction on its 7th session. ESCAP/78/12 on the report of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management on its 6th session. ESCAP/78/12 add.1 on the regional plan of action on sand and dust storms in the Asian and Pacific regions. ESCAP/78/13 on Asia Pacific risk escape at 1.50C sub-regional pathways for adaptation and resilience, and ESCAP/78/INF/1 pertaining to the reports of the Typhoon Committee and of the panel on tropical cyclones. We shall begin item 4D with a brief video message from the chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, Her Excellency Ms. Khadija Nasim, Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology, Government of Maldives. May I invite conference room officer to play the video.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It was my honor, together with the vice chairs from Indonesia and Japan, to be elected as chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, which was convened from 25th to 27th August 2021 in virtual format. The committee was attended by representatives from 37 member and associate members, 5 permanent observers, 9 organizations from the United Nations, 8 international organizations, and 5 non-governmental organizations. I am pleased to highlight the following key outcomes. First, the committee recommended a scale-up of regional and sub-regional cooperation strategies that integrate disasters, including climate-related disasters, and associated health perspectives to complement national efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Second, the committee recommended further capacity building activities to manage and mitigate cascading risks, including innovative technology tools. Finally, the committee recommended technical advice and capacity building support to the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, including by taking note of the Bangkok Principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Reduction 2015-2030, and other relevant regional and sub-regional frameworks and initiatives. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, taking this opportunity, I would like to express deep appreciation to the ESCAP Secretariat for the support it provided to me, the Bureau, and the 7th session of the committee. Thank you.
Now I invite the Vice Chair of the 6th session of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, APDIM, Mr. Mohamed Maruf Yaman, Deputy Chief of Cabinet, Disaster and Emergency Management Authority, Ministry of Interior, Republic of Turkey, to brief us on the outcome of that meeting. Mr. Mohamed Maruf Yaman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to summarize a report of the 6th session of Governing Council of APDIM as Vice Chair of Governing Council of APDIM. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the outcomes of the 6th session of the APDIM Governing Council, which was held online on 8 February 2022. The Council addressed the programmatic and technical activities and the administrative and financial issues of the Center and expressed its satisfaction with the progress in the implementation of the Center's strategic program of work and program of work for the period 2021-2022. The Council endorsed the Center's revised program of work 2021-2022. The Council was informed that partnerships had been expanded in the past year. The Center had contributed to the development of the Economic Cooperation Organization Regional Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and its roadmap and the disaster risk reduction and management component of the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for the Islamic Republic of Iran. Council members praised APTIM for the thorough and in-depth analysis presented in the report Sand and Dust Storms Risk Assessment in Asia and the Pacific. The Council endorsed the draft elements for a regional plan of action on sand and dust storms in Asia and the Pacific and recommended further consultation with ESCAP member states with a view to submitting the draft regional plan of action to the Commission at its 78th session in May 2022 for its consideration and endorsement. The final draft of the regional plan of action on sand and dust storms in Asia and the Pacific is accordingly submitted to this Commission document ESCAP/78/12-8.1/E. The Council expressed its appreciation to APTIM host government, the Islamic Republic of Iran, for its generous financial and non-financial contributions and encouraged the government of the host country to continue providing its valuable support to the Center. The Council also expressed its thanks and appreciation to the governments of Macau, China, and Cambodia for their valuable contributions to the Center. The Council further encouraged the members and associate members of the Commission to mobilize financial or in-kind support to the Center and to take an active role in delivery of the Center's program of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yaman, for your briefing. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. So, the first speaker is Thailand. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, distinguished participants, Sawadee Krap. Thailand sees DR as an integral part of sustainable development and the achievement of the SDGs. DR has been mainstreamed into Thailand's various national strategies to help communities and the country better prepare for and respond to disaster risk and the impacts of natural disasters and climate change, which will contribute to more balanced development. We strongly believe that effective DRR cannot be achieved without being inclusive. That is why various sectors were engaged in the drafting of Thailand's National Disaster Risk Management Plan, as well as the DRM plans at the local level, which covers the whole of DRM cycle and encompassing all types of hazards. The ultimate goal is to build resilience for all sectors and at all levels, and to equip them with knowledge and understanding on disaster risks in line with the sufficiency economy philosophy, Thailand's development pathway, and help promote risk-informed investments. At the global process, Thailand aims to fully participate in the midterm review of the Sendai framework in 2023, and in this regard, a national consultation workshop was organized in partnership with UNDRR and ADPC to take stock of the progress made so far and the challenges that remain. We look forward to constructively engaging with member states in the midterm review. In recovering from COVID-19, Thailand is driving forward the Bangkok principles on the health aspect of the Sendai framework as a tool to support a more sustainable recovery in line with ESCAP Resolution 77/1. A 4-day webinar series has been organized in partnership with the UNDRR to highlight the importance of adopting a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach in enhancing resilience for the people and communities, especially for vulnerable groups. To make DR more effective, Thailand places emphasis on the development and application of space and geospatial technology, including the development of disaster monitoring and early warning systems that are accessible to all via the DPM Alert platform. We also plan to host a national workshop on disaster-related statistics in cooperation with ESCAP. In concluding, Mr. Chair, Thailand, as the host country for the APEC and ACDM meeting this year, is committed to working in a balanced manner, so-called balancing act, which will focus on regional priorities, especially in the field of anticipatory action, gender and inclusion, and health aspects of DR. I thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. Next speaker is Iran, to be followed by China. Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ESCAP. Thank you, FDM, and thank you, distinguished representative of Turkey, for presenting its presentation. Mr. Chair, the environmental crisis and natural disaster, including degradation, water crisis, desertification, and finally the terrible phenomenon of sand and dust storms, as mentioned by the distinguished representative of Turkey, in the region, particularly in the West Asia, have become a huge and serious human crisis. Particularly the terrible crisis of sand and dust storm has deprived some nations of clear air and oxygen, has threatened the right to life and right to breath and right to health. Sand and dust storms are not just sand and dust, but also carry dozens of other harmful and poisonous elements and particles. Mr. Chair, it should be emphasized that the responsibility for the environment and ecosystem cannot be separated by geographical borders among countries. It's a regional and international common responsibility. The environment in the world and different geographical areas is a single body and should be protected by intergovernmental and international cooperation at the regional and international level, along with national programs by countries. Mr. Chair, in this regard, we must work to bring this terrible phenomenon to the attention of the governments of the region and the world, furthermore, the international organization, and call upon all members of the international community to work together to address this huge and terrible disaster. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Iran, for your statement. The next speaker is China, to be followed by Mongolia. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。过去1年 ，ESCAP 秘书处积极推进区域减灾合作，成功举办第7届减灾委员会会议，为会员国提供减灾备灾政策支持和交流平台。中方对此表示肯定。中国政府高度重视减灾备灾工作，坚持以人民为中心，将提高防灾减灾能力纳入国家发展规划。同时，中方积极参与国际和区域减灾合作。过去1年，在空间技术应用促进可持续发展区域计划机制下，中国国家遥感中心等单位为泰国、汤加等亚太受灾国家提供了约114G 各类灾害遥感卫星数据和产品，并持续向区域旱灾监测和预警机制提供支持。通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金、蓝莓合作基金等机制，中方支持 ESCAP 开展时空数据整合等减灾领域项目。中国澳门作为亚太灾害信息管理发展中心理事会成员，向 FDM 持续提供资金、技术和运营支持。在“一带一路”框架下，中方同各方持续推进减灾管理经验交流与合作，聚焦发展，惠及民生，取得良好反响。女士们、先生们，亚太地区是最容易受灾害侵扰的地区，各方应充分发挥 ESCAP 作用，加强减灾区域合作，开展灾害监测预警、信息共享、风险评估、人道主义援助、
和灾后重建等方面的务实合作，以团结协作精神，共同应对灾害挑战，维护2030年可持续发展议程积极成果。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Next speaker is Mongolia. Mongolia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia, which has been re-elected to the Governing Council of the Asian and the Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, wishes to reiterate its commitment to actively engage and contribute to APTIM's mission to reduce human losses and material damages and the negative impact of natural hazards, to strengthen capabilities of countries and international organizations in the fields of disaster information management and the implementation of the Sendai framework for DRR. We would like to highlight the importance of the regional plan of action on sand and dust storms in Asia and the Pacific, which will provide a strategic framework and reference for countries in the region to take action at the national and regional levels to reduce negative impact of sand and dust storms. In Asia and the Pacific region, sand and dust storms are engulfing rapidly its arid and semi-arid areas across international boundaries, thus presenting jeopardy to the achievement of SDGs. Therefore, now, as never before, the observation, risk assessment, management, and mitigation of sand and dust storms should be made integral component of national and regional efforts towards sustainable development. Sand and dust storms not only bring material damage to the communities, they lead to dryland degradation and desertification. Sand and dust storms have negative impacts on food security as well. The Gobi Desert, which stretches through the territories of Mongolia and China, is growing bigger. Desertification is creeping up into the northern Mongolia at an average rate of 75 miles a year, according to some experts. Part of the reason is climate change. Last year, according to our experts, the country had an unusual dry year with no snow in winter and very little rain during the warm period, which led to the creation of huge amount of loose sand. As a result, a series of 8 cross-border sandstorms through March, April, and May have destroyed animal herds, exacerbated respiratory problems, and canceled flights in both Mongolia and China. Therefore, Mongolia welcomes and supports the call for more cooperation at the global and regional levels with a view to preventing and managing dust storms through development of early warning systems and sharing of climate and weather information. Lastly, I wish to inform this forum that in order to fight increasing desertification and the growing threat from the climate crisis, Mongolia has launched a national campaign to plant 1 billion trees by year 2030, pledging to spend at least 1% of its GDP yearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mongolia, for your statement. The next speaker is Bangladesh, to be followed by Indonesia. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chair of this session, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Bangladesh has shifted its disaster management from response and relief to proactive approach for disaster risk reduction and adaptation, especially after applying the Sendai framework for DRR. Although the country is extremely vulnerable to climate-related disasters, but its improved capacity in tackling multi-hazard risks, now our country is recognized as the role model of disaster management. We have emphasized on structural and non-structural preparedness and adaptation, including response. We have formulated the 100-year Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100, which divides the country into 6 disaster and climate hotspots. In its first phase, 35% of the total investment has been earmarked for flood control, prevention of river erosion, and increasing water holding capacity to strengthen the DRR. We have prepared National Disaster Management Plan for the period 2021 to 2025, amid to enhancement of investment for DRR adaptation and recovery. As part of disaster reduction, the government of Bangladesh took several initiatives to address the issues. This includes providing houses for the most vulnerable and homeless people, developed an expansion of saline, flood and drought-resistant crops and floating agriculture technology, extensive social protection, accessible cyclone and flood shelter, improved early warning, and provide early action. Our cyclone preparedness program, known as Global Best Practice for DRR, Bangladesh received UN Public Service Award in 2021 for gender-sensitive disaster risk management. Disaster risk management are contributing to achieving relevant targets such as SDG 1, 3, and 11. In addition to that, relevant targets and Sendai framework and SDGs are integrated in the National Plan for Disaster Management. Despite a good success, we are facing some challenges such as early warning around the transboundary river, which requires real-time data and information from nearby country. These are crucial for early action in reducing loss and damage. As such, the regional platform for multi-hazard early warning needs to be more functional in providing real-time data. We commit that Government of Bangladesh will encourage the UN and other international organizations and agencies like APDIM to provide its continuous support to the center and cooperate in achieving its objectives and implementation of its programs. We believe together we can safeguard and build a resilient and better future for all of us. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Next speaker is Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor, please. Distinguished delegates of Indonesia, please turn on your microphone.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia is natural and climate-related disaster-prone country. In the last 15 years, Indonesia recorded 4-time increase in climate-related or hydrometeorological disaster, reaching 29,513 incidents by 2020. The value of economic loss due to disasters is about $730 million annually. Indonesia continues to reduce disaster risk and is committed to low carbon and climate resilient development as one of the priority in the national development agendas. In addition, Indonesia has succeeded to curb the COVID-19 pandemic and recover its national economy. The government has issued the Master Plan for Disaster Management 2020 to 2044 in line with Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, Paris Agreement, and SDGs. The effective disaster risk management contributes to sustainable development. We adopt build back better approach and apply multiple disaster management plans at a regional and sub-regional level. A clear legal framework outlining government responsibility, community rights and obligation, and the role of businesses and institutions in the event of emergency are critical to implement the disaster management plan. Indonesia is committed to advancing international cooperation and sharing our experiences in disaster risk reduction. Our innovative policy against natural hazards are prioritizing the role of local communities based on the environment and the use of science and technologies. As we speak, Indonesia is hosting of the 7th session of the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in Bali, bringing representatives of member states, international and regional organizations, as well as stakeholder groups. We look forward to continuing international collaboration for disaster risk reduction to recover stronger and together for a better world. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4E on the Committee on Energy. The document pertinent to this item is ESCAP/78/14 on implementing the Global Roadmap for Accelerated Action on Sustainable Development Goal 7 in the Asia-Pacific region. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, delegates. Energy transition is a priority in our G20 presidency 2022. This is central in our national development, economic transformation, and the recovery process from the pandemics. Access, technology, and funding are their factors that are fundamental to the development of energy transition. Indonesia has taken steps in the energy transition among others. First, reducing CO2 emission in key sector and economic activities, and ensuring collective action and inclusive collaboration among stakeholders to support government efforts. This includes to encourage the private sector, including medium, small, and medium enterprise for renewable energy utilization. Second, ensuring national electricity supply stay on track and utilizing carbon tax in coal power plant sector. That's conducting a society campaigns to change culture, point of view, and habits. And fourth, encouraging local government to focus on clean energy policy implementation. Asia-Pacific region should aim for common vision and concrete steps in accelerating global energy transition and building a sustainable global energy system based on justice and common welfare. I thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your statement. The next speaker is China, to be followed by Russia. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。能源是人类文明进步的基础和动力，攸关国计民生和国家安全，关系人类生存和发展，对促进经济社会发展、增进人民福祉至关重要。作为全球最大的发展中国家，中国坚持创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，铆定碳达峰和碳中和目标，加速能源结构调整。2021年，中国可再生能源发电装机规模历史性突破10亿千瓦，水电、风电装机均超3亿千瓦，海上风电装机规模跃居世界第一，新能源年发电量首次突破1万亿千瓦时大关，继续保持领先优势。中国坚持以人民为中心，积极优化营商环境，提升获得电力服务水平。中国统筹推进能源合作，2021年成功举办第2届“一带一路”能源部长会议，与29个国家共同发布“一带一路”绿色能源合作青岛倡议，建立“一带一路”能源合作伙伴关系合作网络，重大合作项目稳步推进。当前，世界正面临气候变化等挑战，能源短缺问题日益凸显。我们要加速绿色转型，推进能源资源转型升级，推动绿色发展。我们要坚持多边主义，加快能源创新协作，避免设置地域壁垒。我们要坚持共同但有区别的责任原则，尽己所能为发展中国家提供资金、技术和能力支持。作为能源可及的领军者，能源转型的践行者，能源科技发展的推动者，中国将与亚太国家一道，携手同行，凝心聚力，推动落实2030年可持续发展议程，为构建人类命运共同体汇聚力量。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your intervention. The next speaker is Russia. Russia, you have the floor, please.
Благодарю вас, уважаемый господин председатель. Я рад возможности выступить в ходе 78-й сессии Экономической и социальной комиссии ООН для Азии и Тихого океана. Российская Федерация традиционно уделяет особое внимание развитию сотрудничества в рамках Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона и поддерживает конструктивный диалог на площадке комиссии, ориентированный на укрепление взаимно согласованных подходов по множеству направлений деятельности. В их числе значимое место, безусловно, занимает энергетика. Хотелось бы присоединиться к позитивным оценкам работы профильного подразделения по энергетике Секретариата ESCAP за прошлый год и поблагодарить его сотрудников за подготовку информационно-аналитического документа о ходе осуществления повестки дня в области устойчивого развития на период до 2030 года в АТР в области энергетики. Этот документ, безусловно, поможет нам очертить круг приоритетных вопросов, касающихся направлений энергетического сотрудничества в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. В прошлом году состоялся диалог высокого уровня по энергетике Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН, который стал важнейшим событием международной энергетической повестки, а также позволил привлечь дополнительное внимание и актуализировать международные усилия по достижению цели устойчивого развития номер 7 – обеспечение всеобщего доступа к недорогим, надежным, устойчивым и современным источникам энергии. Мы убеждены, что необходимо и дальше прикладывать международные усилия для достижения этой цели. По оценкам экспертов, в перспективе ближайших десятилетий глобальный спрос на энергию будет расти. Локомотивом такого роста выступят страны Азии и Тихого океана, в которых растущий энергетический сектор является драйвером развития экономики. В этом контексте вопросы обеспечения энергетической безопасности, неразрывно связанные с достижением ЦУР-7, выходят на первый план. Считаю, что только коллективные, взаимовыгодные и согласованные действия всех участников рынка будут способствовать выработке совместных мер реагирования на текущие вызовы в энергетической сфере с целью повышения уровня устойчивости мировых рынков в дальнейшей перспективе. Подчеркиваю, что Российская Федерация уделяет особое внимание вопросам энергетической безопасности и выступает как надежный партнер международного энергетического сотрудничества по всем его направлениям. Доступ к энергетическим ресурсам всегда был синонимом стабильности, основным условием и социального благополучия и экономического роста. Россия всецело разделяет необходимость решения задач по сокращению уровня энергетической бедности и противодействия изменениям климата, а также стремится оказать развивающимся странам помощь в достижении ЦУР-7. Мы понимаем, что в условиях растущего энергопотребления решить их за счет полной замены традиционных энергоресурсов невозможно. Необходимо внедрять новые, малоэмиссионные технологии использования ископаемых источников, способствовать развитию газовой отрасли, в том числе сжиженного природного газа, атомной и водородной энергетики. В нынешних условиях прекращение финансирования проектов, использующих ископаемые виды топлива, с нашей точки зрения, недальновидно. Самый дешевый способ смягчения последствий изменения климата – это сокращение углеродного следа традиционных энергетических ресурсов. Природный газ, как наиболее экологически чистое ископаемое топливо, может стать основным энергетическим ресурсом на пути к углеродной нейтральности. В этом контексте особенно важен запуск проекта по анализу роли природного газа в энергопереходе стран-членов ESCAP, реализуемый за счет российского добровольного взноса. Я благодарю секретариат ESCAP за его поддержку и надеюсь, что он принесет успешные результаты. По завершению нашей сессии я приглашаю всех коллег принять участие в круглом столе, посвященном запуску этого проекта, который состоится в зале номер 3. Россия понимает, как важно продолжать бесперебойное обеспечение людей.
Distinguished delegates of Russia, you have exceeded the time limit. Please wrap up your statement. Thank you.
Господин председатель, благодарю вас. Я прошу буквально еще половину минуты. Россия понимает, как важно продолжать бесперебойное обеспечение людей и экономик энергоносителями по доступной цене на каждом этапе движения мира к снижению выбросов парниковых газов. Мы готовы это делать обеспечивая надежные поставки своим партнерам и внося вклад в общую климатическую цель. Для этого на государственном уровне реализуется широкий спектр проектов и инициатив в сфере низкоуглеродной энергетики. В заключение скажу несколько слов об Азиатско-Тихоокеанском энергетическом форуме, проведение которого секретариат ESCAP планирует в 2023 году. Мы поддерживаем данное мероприятие и считаем форум важной дискуссионной площадкой и предлагаем рассмотреть вопрос обеспечения глобальной энергетической безопасности в качестве одной из ключевых тем этого форума. Уважаемые коллеги, для достижения всеобщих глобальных целей мировой энергетики сегодня как никогда важно укрепление сотрудничества. Наша страна всегда готова к развитию диалога с партнерами и укреплению взаимовыгодных отношений в сфере энергетики. Уверены, что именно такой подход сможет создать прочную основу на пути к устойчивой и экологически чистой энергетике будущего. Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Russia, for your statement. Next speaker is India, to be followed by USA. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Excellencies and distinguished guests. Energy access is an important pillar for the economic growth and socio-economic development. India aims to achieve the dual objective of affordable and clean energy by providing access to energy for all at affordable prices through numerous means, including policy interventions, promoting public and private investments in clean energy projects. India has also set a target to achieve energy security, which is underpinned by 5 pillars of availability, accessibility, affordability, acceptability, and energy justice. To promote the energy access, India launched world's largest drive towards access to clean cooking fuel, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. The scheme aimed to make LPG available to the rural and deprived households, which were otherwise using traditional cooking fuels. The PMUY is not just a clean cooking energy access program, but also a potent and effective instrument to achieve women empowerment and has made a definitive contribution in improving India's performance on SDG 3, SDG 5, and especially SDG 7. To enhance the energy access and to promote cleaner fuels, India sees natural gas as bridge fuel in the energy transition process and is working towards making India a gas-based economy by increasing the share of gas from 6.7% to 15% in the energy mix by 2013. India is developing energy corridors with our neighboring countries for mutual benefit to develop sustainable energy security architecture. The first transnational petroleum product pipeline to Nepal is already functional. India is also constructing a petroleum product pipeline called the India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline to Bangladesh. India is of the view that any initiative must be based on universally recognized international norms, good governance, financial responsibility, rule of law, openness, transparency, and equality. Mr. Chair, as India looks to meet its energy demand on its own, renewable energy is set to play an important role. India is targeting about 500 gigawatt of installed electricity capacity from non-fossil fuel sources by 2013. International Solar Alliance, launched by the Prime Minister of India and the President of France in Paris, is an international intergovernmental organization headquartered in India and is working to create a global market system to tap the benefits of solar power and promote clean energy applications. In another initiative, India and UK launched a Green Grids initiative, the One Sun, One World, One Grid project on the sidelines of the COP26 summit. The project aims to connect energy grids across borders to facilitate a faster transition to the use of renewable energy. A transnational grid will allow countries to source solar power from regions where it is daytime to meet their green energy needs, even when their own installed solar capacity is not generating energy. Mr. Chair, along with energy production, energy saving is equally important for sustainability. The government is focused on prioritizing energy-efficient products, the replacement of traditional street lights with 1.25 billion smart LED bulbs has helped local bodies save millions of dollars annually, and about 5 million tons of carbon emissions have also been reduced. Mr. Chair, India believes that the key to clean energy transition in Asia and Pacific region lies in fostering mutual cooperation and collaboration between countries of the region to achieve common goals of energy security, sustainable energy, and action against climate change. We are sure that the third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum scheduled in 2023 will serve as an effective platform in this direction. I thank you all for the kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, India, for your intervention. Next speaker is USA, to be followed by Thailand.
Thank
you.
You
Have the floor, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. Energy is a fundamental ingredient for implementation of the 2030 Agenda and achieving the SDGs. It's a required input for agricultural production and achieving SDG 2 on zero hunger. It's necessary input for industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 9, and it's essential to just about everything we do, including holding this important ESCAP session. To accommodate the growing demand for energy in the Asia-Pacific region, we must upgrade and expand the region's energy systems, modernize infrastructure, and build regional grids and markets for the exchange of energy commodities. To meet this growing energy demand while aiming for carbon neutrality, the United States Clean Edge Asia program under our Indo-Pacific strategy will work with our partners to develop markets that attract private investment, develop transparent energy infrastructure procurement practices, identify and remove barriers to clean energy investment, and mobilize finance options. It will increase access to affordable power, make clean energy resilience a reality, and support cross-border electricity trade and renewable energy integration. Recently, President Biden announced a new $40 million regional energy program, the USAID Southeast Asia Smart Power Program. This program is part of our commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and achieve global net zero emissions by 2050. It will increase market penetration of new technologies, support an additional 2,000 megawatts of power generation, increase regional power trade by 5% in Southeast Asia, and support the mobilization of $2 billion in clean energy finance to invigorate Southeast Asia's energy sector and boost economic growth. It's only together that we can accomplish a net zero future. Yesterday, partnerships were an important part of yesterday's discussions. These programs reflect just a few of the ways in which the United States is actively deepening our bilateral, regional, and multilateral partnerships across the Indo-Pacific, including with ESCAP. Thank you.
Thank you, USA, for your intervention. Next speaker is Thailand, to be followed by Bangladesh. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Royal Thai government, I wish to thank ESCAP for inviting Ministry of Energy of Thailand to speak at the senior official session of the 78th session of the Commission. For Thailand, we will realize the importance of the current global situation that every country is now confronting with several challenges and require for reliable energy access, affordable and modern energy system. Thailand has set our target to attain the carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2065. We have prepared our solid foundations to move forward the decarbonization pathway to achieve our ambitious climate targets. In energy sector, we preparing the new National Energy Plan and set the target to move Thailand towards the target of sustainable development by increasing the share of renewable energy to reach 30% of the total final energy consumption by 2037, and increasing our renewable energy for power generation portfolio that will be target not less than 50% in our new power plants And we also promote the Bio-Circular Green Economy Model, or BCG, by utilizing the resource use in the value chain and turn waste into energy and bring the better well-being and environment to the community. We believe that the BCG model will be a significant tool to move the region's energy transition policy towards a low-carbon society and advancing the pragmatic technologies for clean energy and energy efficiency to jointly align with the UN SDG 7. On the connectivity front, Thailand, together with our neighboring countries, moving up the expansion among 4 member countries in the multilateral cross-border power trade, namely Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore Power Integration Project, or LTMS PIP, with preference for the clean electricity trading in the region. It is important to all challenges to turn our challenges into opportunities, and Thailand is pleased to reiterate the important key message in support of the UN ESCAP efforts to overcome all key challenges. The first one is the development of the renewable energy must align with the global trends towards a low-carbon economy and at the same time bring back the economic vitality to the country and to the region. Second, with the trends of the energy transition, the importance of development of our workforce and human resources is our cornerstone for our future energy transition development. And in conclusion, Thailand is pleased to affirm our determination to work together with our member states to advance our decarbonization targets and bring the energy connectivity to the regions in this critical period of time with several uncertainties surrounding us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. The next speaker is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. The government of Bangladesh has given top priority to the development of both primary and secondary energy with a view to achieve the SDG and Vision 2041. In power and energy sector, Bangladesh has achieved tremendous success during the last 13 years. 100% population of the country is brought under electricity coverage. We have already formulated the power sector development strategy considering fuel diversification, clean energy, and climate change. Our target for power generation capacity is 40,000 megawatt by 2030 and 60,000 megawatt by 2041, where 15% will be made from renewable energy and power trading. Due to increasing demand of petroleum products and to achieve SDG 7, we are implementing a project to establish a new petroleum refinery of having crude oil processing capacity 3 million metric tons. Bangladesh has already discovered 5 coal fields. The potential coal reserve is about 7.8 billion metric ton. Coal and peat are used in power generation and household necessities. Several solar projects with aggregated capacity exceeding 1,000 megawatt and aggregated capacity of more than 200 megawatt wind projects are under implementation phase. More than 6 million solar home systems have been installed in the country, which is the largest program in the world in terms of quantity. Also, 85,000 biogas plants have been installed. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has incorporated issue of cross-border electricity trading in its Electricity Act 2018. Bangladesh is actively participating in the sub-regional and regional cooperation forums such as BIMSTEC, SASEC, D8, SARC, etc. for electricity trading through formation of regional grid. It may be mentioned that Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Bhutan are agreed to establish a regional connectivity for economic purposes among the countries. The current state of power and energy sector is conducive to accelerated economic growth, poverty reduction, and social development of Bangladesh. However, ensuring a sustainable fuel mix is a challenge for the country. Technology transfer and manpower development are also vital issues for the energy sector. Bangladesh will appreciate the technical, legal, institutional, and financial cooperation from developing partners and international agencies for successful transition of Bangladesh towards the developed country and to ensure energy security. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your intervention. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now reached the end of the allotted time for this session. I would therefore need to close the list of speakers for this item. This concludes our discussions under agenda sub-item 4E. Just before we proceed with the break, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to remind all participants to please take a few minutes to complete the online survey that was uploaded to the Commission website under the Overview tab. And you will also have seen the signage at the entrance of this conference room providing the link and the QR code. The same information has also been provided to your delegations through your liaison officers. We kindly ask each delegation to please complete a questionnaire. Your feedback will help improve the quality of our services and the support we provide to delegations. Thank you so much for your valuable feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. We will now break and reconvene this afternoon at 14 hours Bangkok time sharp to pursue discussion under agenda sub-item 4F. The meeting is adjourned. Distinguished delegates, let us resume our deliberation under Agenda Item 4. We shall now take up Agenda Sub-Item 4F on the Committee on Transport. The documents pertinent to these items are ESCAP/78/15 Report of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport, ESCAP/78/15 ad.com. Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, SCAP/78/15/ad.2 Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026, and SCAP/78/16 on an efficient and resilient transport and logistic network in support of supply chain connectivity. May I now invite the conference room officer to play a video from the chair of the 4th session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport, His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, Ministry of Transport, Indonesia.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, it was a privilege and honor for me to chair the ministerial segment of 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport, held from 14 to 17 December 2021. I would like to briefly present the outcome of the conference here today at the 17th session of the Commission. The conference deliberated again challenge in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and call upon stakeholders to further intensive effort to address the region sustainability, performance, and enhance resilience to the future crisis after 2 years of the disruption, the supply chain, transport connectivity, and mobility caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The conference also discussed strategies for scaling up sustainable transport initiatives in Asia and the Pacific, as well as a review pathway toward efficient and resilient transport and the logistic network and environmentally sustainable transport system, as well as safe and inclusive transport and mobility. The ministerial conference culminated in adoption of the ministerial declaration on sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific and region action program for sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific in 2022-2026. The conference has also decided to convene the next ministerial conference on the transport in the 2026 to evaluate the implementation of the region action program and to consider a future program of work. The adopted region action program for sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific 2022-2026 identifies 7 priority areas as follows: regional land transport connectivity and logistics, maritime and interregional transport connectivity, digitalization of transport, low carbon mobility and logistics, urban transport, road traffic safety, and inclusive transport and mobility. Ministerial declaration and regional action program are fully aligned with the 2030 agenda for the sustainable development and also support the theme of this year's Commission session, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in the Asia and Pacific. On behalf of the conference, I welcome and count on the continued cooperation of the Commission and its members to our collective effort toward development of sustainable, inclusive, as well resilient transport system and shared service in our region. Indonesia has submitted a draft resolution on the implementation of Ministerial Declaration on the Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, and was reviewed by informal working group on draft resolution. Therefore, I seek support of members of the Commission for its adoption. Thank you for chair.
I now open the floor for comments. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. I remind all delegates that longer statement can be sent to the Secretariat and will be circulated. Yeah, the first speaker is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, Bangladesh, with its resilient growth over more than 1 decade, combined with a policy push to establish transport connectivity with neighboring countries, has created a tremendous growth opportunity for the transport sector of Bangladesh. The government of Bangladesh encourages private sectors for taking part in developing road, rail, and waterways of Bangladesh. The 8th five-year plan of Bangladesh, which started in 2021, puts a strong emphasis on further improving the efficiency of the port performance to improve the competitiveness of the Bangladesh economy. The construction of the 9.83 kilometer long Padma Bridge is expected to be opened by June 2022, which will build a smooth and integrated communication system with the southern part of the other regions of the country by connecting the Asian Highway. So far, Asian Highway is concerned, a total length of 674 kilometers highway has already been developed and has been undertaken to complete the rest 2 missing links. Ladies and gentlemen, we are combining our national efforts in designing a multimodal transport system that is resilient to any future shock by developing both hard and soft infrastructure. Now we need more coordinated regional and sub-regional cooperation to harmonize all these developments. In this respect, our Honorable Prime Minister, in her special remarks on 23rd May of this Commission session, also highlighted our government's priorities and support for ESCAP's initiatives of the Asian Highway and Trans-Asian Railway. We are also waiting to join other initiatives like Trilateral Highway in our sub-region. The government of Bangladesh has been implementing development projects by integrating SDG targets with the medium and long-term plans. The government of Bangladesh is very much interested to continue its efforts to build back better by taking lessons from the crisis through the auspices of regional cooperation. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. Next speaker is Japan, to be followed by the Republic of Korea. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. In the Ministerial Conference on Transport for Session, which held on last December, Japan has shared points on which Japan would like particular focus placed, which are related to the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, 2022 to 2026, such as utilizing digital technology in the transportation sector and promoting environmentally sustainable low-carbon transport and logistics. In order to achieve inclusive, sustainable, and high-quality transport, Japan would like to share good practices and lessons through ESCAP activities and the cooperation to the infrastructure projects for each country and each region. Japan is determined to contribute as much as we can to the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development. Thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Japan. The next speaker is the Republic of Korea, to be followed by China. Republic of Korea, you have the floor, please.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, fostering links in transportation infrastructure and management between members is a key element for the realization of sustainable development and strengthening of connectivity in the Asia-Pacific. Recognizing this, the Republic of Korea cooperated closely with ESCAP in facilitating its initiatives and projects aimed at enhancing transport connectivity in the region. The Asian Highway Network, the Trans-Asian Railway Network, and the Intergovernmental Agreement on Dry Ports are shining instances. At the fourth ESCAP Ministerial Conference on Transport last December, Korea actively participated in producing of the ministerial declaration with the adoption of the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022-2026. Also, the ROK was glad of the opportunity to share its experience and policies on transport digitalization at the ministerial roundtable. Regarding the Regional Action Program, I would like to stress the importance of 7 thematic area of work, and in particular, as a representative of maritime country, the maritime and inter-regional transport connectivity. Maritime transport accounts for more than 80% of international trade, but even more than that, it is deeply connected with very economic development, social integration, and environment protection of all maritime nations. Maritime connectivity lies at the heart of the global supply chain, and indeed, an integrated logistics network centered on ports is a core element in determining logistics efficiency. Against this backdrop, Korea will truly join hands with ESCAP and its members in advancing the 7 thematic areas of work, including maritime and inter-regional transport connectivity in the Regional Action Plan. Distinguished guests, advancing sustainable transport is an important task, and Korea will continue to work closely with ESCAP to this end on the path ahead. In particular, we hope the project promoting the utilization of transport big data from smart transport systems in the Asia-Pacific region for the achievement of sustainable transport that we are currently carrying out with ESCAP will truly serve to further technological innovation on transport in the Asia-Pacific. The Republic of Korea does indeed stand ready to support ESCAP in the noble task of achieving our common goal of translating the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegates of the Republic of Korea. The next speaker is China, to be followed by Russia. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。过去1年 ，ESCAP 秘书处积极推进区域交通运输合作，成功举办第4届交通部长会，有效推动区域交通互联互通和高效、韧性、可持续发展。中方对此表示赞赏。中国高度重视区域运输发展，建成了全球最大的高速铁路网、高速公路网、世界级港口群。面对气变挑战，中国积极落实减排承诺，新能源汽车保有量占全球半数以上。同时，中国积极参与区域和全球交通合作。去年，中老铁路正式通车，作为共建“一带一路”标志性工程和 ESCAP 泛亚铁路网政府间协定重要组成部分，将持续深化中南半岛互联互通。此外，中方通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金，支持 ESCAP 秘书处开展了一系列交通领域研究项目。去年，第2届全球可持续交通大会在中国成功举办，有力推动了落实2030年可持续发展议程交通相关目标。女士们、先生们，亚太地区交通发展仍面临较大挑战，需进一步加强技术、政策、规则等协调合作，应推动大数据、人工智能等新技术与交通深度融合，并为交通基础设施提供充足的资金保障，加快推进绿色低碳交通运输。中方愿与亚太各国加强互联互通等优先领域合作，打造更加高效、绿色、包容的交通系统，为更好促进亚太地区疫后复苏与可持续发展做出积极贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegates for China, for your statement. Next speaker is Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the transportation, I want to draw your attention to the middle corridor or Trans-Caspian International Transport Corridor. Azerbaijan has been persistently and resolutely realizing its international transportation communication projects for years. The government of the Republic of Azerbaijan has been resolutely crafting the legal basis of the middle corridor and southwest transportation projects by international agreements. In this direction, the technical and construction processes are mainly completed and some other issues are about to be completed. Strategic roadmap for the development of logistics and trade in the Republic of Azerbaijan was approved by Mr. President Ilham Aliyev in 2016. Azerbaijan became a party in 2005 to the Intergovernmental Agreement on the creation of the North-South Transport Road. The Southwest Transportation Corridor is a project introduced in 2016 with the initiatives of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The East-West Road has a very important place in the strategic roadmap of the Republic of Azerbaijan. In 2015, relevant memorandum of understanding with People's Republic of China was signed. On the other hand, Azerbaijan is both an initiator and an important part of the Traseka project. As a matter of fact, the permanent secretariat of the Traseka is located in Baku. Signing of the joint cooperation protocol between the ministers of transport of the Turkic Council member countries is another important point regarding the cooperation carried out with the scope of the middle corridor. In this regard, another important development is the establishment of the Coordination Committee of Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Georgia on February 20, 2014, in order to develop the Trans-Caspian International Transport Road. The fact that raises Azerbaijan to an advantageous country position in all relevant transportation routes, especially in the east-west transportation corridor, is that all infrastructure projects in the country have been completed and are in operation. It should be emphasized that Alat Free Economic Zone, Baku International Sea Trade Port, and the largest modern shipyard of the Caspian Sea are all located at the intersection of main highways and railways. In this context, also, two important developments took place in March 2022. Azerbaijan signed a memorandum of understanding with our neighboring Islamic Republic of Iran, and also second document, the important document, was signed between Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Kazakhstan regarding the Trans-Caspian East-West corridor. Azerbaijan is persistently and determined to realize the projects between East and West, especially East and West, and South and West. We will continue in this direction to our efforts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan, for your statement. The next speaker is Russia, to be followed by Thailand. Russia, you have the floor, please.
Уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, в условиях динамичных изменений в мировой торговле и новых вызовов глобального масштаба основным принципом работы транспортного комплекса Российской Федерации остается сохранение темпов развития вопреки различным кризисам, а также комплексный подход к модернизации транспортной системы с применением передовых технологий. Эти и другие базисы, цели и задачи развития транспортной отрасли заложены в недавно принятой транспортной стратегии Российской Федерации до 2035 года. Ключевой задачей для нас является развитие и повышение эффективности использования международных транспортных коридоров, проходящих по территории Российской Федерации, и обеспечение бесперебойности цепочек поставок по ним. В целях повышения объемов грузооборота со странами Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона ведем работу по расширению портов Дальневосточного бассейна. В дополнение к существующим мощностям портов в 300 миллионов тонн в год, в стадии проектирования и строительства находится 15 проектов с общим приростом пропускной способности портов в 117 миллионов тонн в год. Модернизируется инфраструктура основных железных дорог, связующих восток и запад страны, Транссибирской и Байкало-Амурской магистрали. В 2021 году построены 105 километров дополнительных путей, что позволит нарастить объем грузовых и контейнерных перевозок между Азией и Европой. К 2024 году планируем увеличить пропускную способность этих двух магистралей до 180 миллионов тонн грузов в год. Развитие инфраструктуры уже отражается на объемах перевозок. По итогам 2021 года в транзитном сообщении по российским железным дорогам перевезены более 33 миллионов тонн грузов, что на 40% превышает показатели 2020 года. Перевезены более 6,5 миллионов контейнеров ДФР, из которых 1 миллион транзитом. Совместно с коллегами из других стран ведем работу по тестированию и развитию инфраструктуры транспортного коридора Север-Юг, который проходит из портов Индии, Ирана и Ближнего Востока через Каспийский регион в Россию и другие страны. В 2024 году будет полностью запущен скоростной автомобильный коридор от Балтийского моря до Уральских гор протяженностью более 2000 километров, который в перспективе дойдет до границы с Китаем и Монголией. Северный морской путь в перспективе позволит сократить время прохождения грузов из азиатских стран в Европу морским транспортом. Планируем рост грузопотока по данному маршруту к 2024 году до 80 миллионов тонн, а к 2035 году до 160 миллионов тонн. Создаем соответствующую инфраструктуру. Общемировым трендом развития является цифровизация транспортно-логистических процессов. У нас уже есть первые результаты в этом направлении. Впервые выделен комплекс задач по цифровой трансформации, включающий инициативы по беспилотному транспорту. С 2020 года перевозчики и грузоотправители могут отслеживать маршрут своих грузов, проходящих транзитом сквозь территорию России, благодаря использованию электронных цифровых пломб ГЛОНАСС. В прошлом году законодательно оформлена возможность осуществления грузоперевозок с использованием цифровых путевых листов и транспортной накладной. Кроме того, создается государство перевести в электронный вид более 3 миллиардов бумажных документов, это и транспортные накладные, в ежегодно. Российская Федерация последовательно переходит на путь устойчивого развития с низким уровнем выбросов парниковых газов, в том числе в сфере транспорта. Серьезное внимание уделяем развитию городских транспортных систем. Уважаемые коллеги, в завершении своего выступления хотел бы отметить, что Российская Федерация...
Distinguished delegates of Russia, you have exceeded the time limit. Please wrap up your statement. Thank you.
Нужно договорить. Хотели бы отметить, что Российская Федерация подтверждает свою приверженность целям региональной программы действия по развитию устойчивого транспорта в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе на 2022-2026 годы, как стратегического документа, определяющего перспективное развитие транспортной системы в регионе ESCAP. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Russia, for your statement. The next speaker is Thailand. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand ultimately underscored the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals and is committed to moving towards sustainable transport through the implementation of transport infrastructure, system, and service. The Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026 was adopted in the fourth session of Ministerial Conference on Transport in December 2021. The program is in line with Thailand's long-term strategic plan for transport development, focusing on enhancing its efficiency, green, and safety, and including utilization of innovations and more efficient management techniques. Thailand is one of the parties of ESCAP intergovernmental agreements on Asian Highway Network and Trans-Asia Rail Network and dry ports. Thailand has been devoted to network enhancement in the region by intensively taking part in the working group meeting to foster regional cooperation and discuss policies and relevant issues in accordance with the intergovernmental agreements. To enhance regional connectivity, Thailand has initiated MR-MAP project, which integrate between motorway and double-track railway system for regional transport connectivity. This MR-MAP initiative offers the cost-efficient transport option along with safe and secure logistic network. Under the MR-MAP initiative, Land Bridge project connecting Gulf of Thailand and Andaman Sea will help reduce the travel time and logistic costs for good transport in ASEAN and other regions. Thailand also improved a railway transport system in double-track railway gauge and high-speed train network, both logistic and international, aiming to reduce travel time, increasing train speed and safety, and facilitating the seamless option of rail passenger and freight transport. In this connection, the list of dry port of international importance has been developed to support cross-border transport activities, such as Chiang Khong Freight Terminal and Nata Station. These two places are in the process of development to be container yard and ultimate transshipment yard. In the area of low carbon, the EV is one core of sustainable development policy in order to reduce GHG emission. Thailand is now forming EV roadmap up to 2035. As for digitalization, the project called M-Flow has been introduced to minimize the delay of toll gate during the peak hour by applying radio automatic vehicle identification. In marine transport, the Port Authority of Thailand is developing the port community system, aiming to establish data logistic chain and data exchange center between the port. In conclusion, Thailand stands ready for support the implementation of regional action program for sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific 2022 to 2026, and we are committed to work closely to UN ESCAP member country towards the better of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Thailand, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. Let us now proceed with agenda sub-item 4G, pertaining to the committee Microeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction and Financing for Development. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/6 and the matters calling for action of the Commission or brought to its attention by the Committee on Macroeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction and Financing for Development on its third session, and ESCAP/78/17 on Economic Policy for Inclusive Recovery and Development in Asia and the Pacific. I invite the chair of the third session of the Committee on Macroeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction and Financing for Development, His Excellency Mr. Rajmat Rudiman, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, to brief us on the outcome of that meeting. Your Excellency, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it was my honor, together with vice chairs from Kazakhstan, Nepal, and Cambodia, to be elected as chair of the third sessions of the Committee on Macroeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction, and Financing for Development, which was convened from 20 to 22 October 2021 in virtual format. The committee was attended by representatives for 35 members and associate members, 2 permanent observers, 5 United Nations bodies, 2 intergovernmental organizations, and 5 non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, and other entities. First, I am pleased to bring to the attention of Commission that the committee decided to establish within existing resources the consultative group on financing strategies for sustainable development goals to facilitate a more regular and substantive communication between the committee, the Secretariat, and relevant ministers. Accordingly, the committee has requested the Secretariat to work towards this objective in consultation with Member States and to ensure that consultative group be open to all Member States and operates on a voluntary basis and in transparent manner. Under my guidance, the Secretariat has started the related work. In March this year, I have invited all ESCAP members and associated members to nominate a sustainable representative join this consultative group. We have received so far 16 nominations and hope to receive additional nomination by July. I would like to encourage other ESCAP members and associate members who have not yet submitted their nomination to consider joining. In addition, the committee also reached the following key outcomes. First, the committee requested the Secretariat to strengthen its research and technical assistance to member states in areas such as post-pandemic economic recovery, poverty alleviation, and transformation towards inclusive, resilient, and sustainable economies. Second, the committee requested the Secretariat to continue to conduct analysis and facilitate the sharing of the best practices and lessons learned with a view to broadening fiscal space and leveraging innovative, green, and digital financing solutions in support of sustainable development goals. Third, recognizing the roles of the United Nations and ESCAP as the main coordinating mechanism, the committee requested the Secretariat to continue its support for multilateral and development cooperations, partnership, and sharing of experiences in areas such as macroeconomic policy, poverty alleviation, and financing for development. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this outcome provides useful guidance to the Secretariat works in the coming years, while the creation of the consultative group on financing strategies for the Sustainable Development Goals will provide a new bridge of the communications for strengthened support for member states on key substantive issues. As chairs of the third sessions of the committee, I look forward to working with my vice chairs, member states, and Secretariat toward the implementations of these key decisions and outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your briefing. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the floor. When COVID-19 pandemic caused stagnation in the global economy, the government of Bangladesh quickly adopted the National Preparedness and Response Plan for COVID-19 in March 2020 and adopted the National Deployment and Vaccination Plan in December 2020. Following the guidelines of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the government undertook a comprehensive stimulus and economic recovery program that has gradually been expanded to 28 packages to the tune of $22 billion to facilitate the implementation of these strategies. Furthermore, the Bangladesh government has given high priority to vaccine procurement and successfully rolled out a mass vaccination program. All these efforts help to contain the spread of COVID-19 and limit the death case. Due to the timely implementation of the fiscal stimulus package, the economy of Bangladesh has started to turn around at a great pace. In spite of the ongoing pandemic, the GDP growth rate was 6.94% in fiscal year 2021. Excellencies, Bangladesh government firmly committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals declared by the UN. The government integrated the SDGs into all our ongoing plans. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2021 published by the University of Cambridge, Bangladesh has shown the highest improvement in the SDG index since 2015. On the major social indicators, our average life expectancy increased 72.8 years in 2020 from 67.2 years in 2009. And infant mortality rate decreased to 21 in 2020 from 39 in 2009. Gender equality index at primary and secondary level has been above 1. Bangladesh has managed to keep the budget deficit well within the sustainable limit around 5%, and the total debt to GDP ratio was 32.4%, which is much lower than the threshold, which is 70%, estimated by the Debt Sustainability Framework of the International Monetary Fund, and which remained stable over the last 13 years. Satisfactory growth in exports, growth in remittances, and increased receipt of budgetary support from development partners to tackle the pandemic have contributed to a very satisfactory level of foreign exchange reserve. The positive outlook of the economy of Bangladesh in recent times has clearly indicated that the timely and effective economic recovery efforts of the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has helped maintain the momentum of economic activities. We believe that every challenge creates lots of opportunities and windows for moving forward. So there will be new opportunities for us from the scares of the COVID-19 global pandemic, and government will take every necessary steps to utilize those. Thank you all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. The next speaker is China. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。当前世界经济脆弱复苏，疫情吞噬过去多年来之不易的减贫和发展成果。面对经济增长困境，亚太各国应当加强宏观经济政策协调，维护全球和区域经济金融稳定，应将发展置于经济复苏的优先位置，加大发展投入。发达国家应切实履行发展援助承诺，推动缓解全球债务和流动性风险。发达国家应采取负责任的货币和财政政策，缓解全球通胀，降低国际金融风险。2008年国际金融危机以来，中国始终发挥世界经济主引擎作用，对世界经济增长贡献率连续多年超过30%。2021年，中国经济实现了8.1%的快速增长。2021年，中国完成了消除绝对贫困的艰巨任务。现行标准下，9899万农村贫困人口全部脱贫，提前10年完成2030年可持续发展议程减贫目标。中方高度重视 ESCAP 宏观经济、减贫和发展筹资领域合作。近年来，资助 ESCAP 开展了多个 PPP 相关合作项目，帮助发展中国家打破基础设施融资瓶颈。本届年会期间，中方成功举办减贫图片展，同亚太各方分享减贫经验。中方愿同各成员加强合作，深化南合作，推动实现亚太地区经济复苏和共同发展。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4H, pertaining to the Committee on Trade and Investment. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/18, Report of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology on its 17th session, ESCAP/78/19, Report of the 7th meeting of the Interim Intergovernmental Steering Group on Cross-Border Paperless Trade Facilitation, ESCAP/78/20, Report of the Paperless Trade Council of the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific on its first session, ESCAP/78/21 on Leveraging Trade and Investment to Address Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific, and ESCAP/78/22 on Policies to Enable Business Innovation for Inclusive and Sustainable Development. May I now invite the conference room officer to play a video from the chair of the 17th session of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, APCTT, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Secretary, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research and Director General, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India.
Distinguished Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure for me to brief the outcomes of the 17th session of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, that is APCTT, of ESCAP. As we know, technology and innovation are the key enablers to support and accelerate achievement of sustainable development goals. APCTT plays an important role in advancing science, technology and innovation for achieving sustainable development in the Asia Pacific region. The 17th session was held in hybrid mode on the 1st and 2nd December 2021, and it was hosted by the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research of the Ministry of Science and Technology of Government of India. It was attended by all the 11 member states of the Governing Council, as well as by observer countries and organizations. The session was preceded by the International Conference on 4th Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development that brought together very eminent experts from the field and around 200 participants across the region. With reference to the substantive work of the Center, the Governing Council expressed utmost satisfaction and appreciation to the excellent results and outcomes achieved by the Center during December 2020 to November 2021 period. Despite continued challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, the Center successfully delivered and contributed to 6 demand-driven capacity building events in different thematic areas, including 4th Industrial Revolution Technologies for Sustainable Development, with focus on healthcare and climatic change, research commercialization and technology transfer, technologies to fight COVID-19 pandemic, and inclusive technologies and innovations. Undertaken in collaboration with 52 partner institutions, the Center's capacity building activities enhanced knowledge and skills of more than 500 policy makers and participants from 24 member states of the region. The Center strengthened regional technology cooperation through technology facilitation consultation, which brought together 8 member states to address challenges of COVID-19 pandemic. The consultation meeting was timely and addressed the immediate needs of member states at a critical juncture. The Center facilitated improved access to knowledge on technologies and innovations through online periodical Asia Pacific Tech Monitor, guide for policymakers on intellectual property management and technology licensing, and theme papers on 4th Industrial Revolution Technologies with focus on sustainable development, healthcare and climate change mitigation. These knowledge products have a wide reach among stakeholders in the member countries. As a decision, the Council requested APCTT to continue its useful work by providing demand-driven policy advice, analytical and capacity building support to strengthen national innovation systems, technology innovations and transfer, and regional technology cooperation for the achievement of sustainable development goals. The Council adopted the proposed program of work of the Center for 2022 and requested the Center to include the concrete proposals on the areas of cooperation presented by the member states and observers. In this regard, the The Council also recommended the Center to develop a strategic plan and redesign the work program to bring it into alignment with the current priorities and needs of the member states for consideration by the Council at its 18th session. The Council requested the Center to continue establishing and strengthening partnerships with stakeholders, including international agencies and technology networks, to support technology development, transfer and adoption in the region. With reference to the review of the administrative and financial status of the Center, the Council invited member states to help strengthening the substantive programs and activities of the Center through financial contributions, in-kind support, providing national experts and development of new joint technical cooperation projects. The Governing Council stands committed to support APCTT in delivering on the needs of the member states to achieve 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, address climate change and building back better from the pandemic. We assure that APCTT's programs and activities would contribute to the overall work program of ESCAP in strengthening the capacity of member states and cooperation in the region. Your support and encouragement are invaluable for our efforts. Thank you all very much. Namaskar.
May I now invite Mr. George Lam, Chair of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network ESBN, to report on the work of the network. Yeah, Mr. George Lam, please turn on your camera and microphone, please. We could not see you. Mr. George, please turn on your microphone and video camera. Yeah. So we will come back once we are connected. Get connected. So now. Yeah, now I would like to open the floor for comments. I would like to open the floor for comments. I would like to remind to all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. So the first speaker is Thailand, to be followed by Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Thai government expresses its appreciation to the APCTT for playing a strong and supportive role to strengthen the capacity of member states in technology cooperation and transfer in the region. APCTT has been closely working with the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, and Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. In addition, the Office of National Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation Policy Council has worked closely with the Secretariat of ESCAP in the South-South and Triangular Collaboration Program. Together with ESCAP, we have also launched the Asia-Pacific Research and Training Network on Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, or ARTNET on STI, to provide a platform for researchers and policymakers in the Asia-Pacific region to work together on evidence-based policymaking. Thailand appreciates the work of APCTT to strengthen the capacity of member states and facilitate regional technology cooperation, particularly towards supporting the SDGs number 3, 7, 9, 13, and 17. APCTT has extended substantive support for driving the bio-circular green or BCT economy model, which is a key strategic priority and economic growth model of Thailand, through organizing joint activities to strengthen capabilities of stakeholders in Thailand and other member states. As indicated in the report of Governing Council on APCTT, on its 17th session, MESI and TISTER will collaborate with APCTT to jointly organize a regional conference on energy resilience through decentralized power plants and smart grid integration, as part of ASEAN Sustainable Energy Week in September this year. This regional conference will provide a platform to discuss and share experiences, success stories, and challenges among countries in Asia and Pacific, which include ASEAN plus 6 countries. We thank the APCTT and UN ESCAP for continued collaboration to work towards our common goal of sustainable future. We commend APCTT for spearheading the achievement of SDGs through regional technology cooperation, and ESCAP for steering South-South and North-South-South triangular cooperation in the Asia-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. The next speaker is Bangladesh, to be followed by India. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The 78th session of ESCAP is being held at a period when the whole world is passing through a hard time because of the back-to-back waves of the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent global unrest. Based on the reality, we apprehend that the pace of progress will be hampered if the international support measures and cooperation are not put in place to absorb the shocks of the pandemic, climate change, and the adverse impact of the ongoing global crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh, along with all LDCs, always upholds the spirit and significance of multilateral trading system. We look forward an effective and functional WTO. Market access is crucial for LDCs to expand and diversify exports and thus utilize trade as an engine of growth for achieving sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need global support for conversion to green technology and reaping benefits from cross-border trade. The ESCAP may help build up consensus among the members countries in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, a smooth transition strategy will inspire all LDCs to opt for faster graduation, but the global slowdown will definitely pose a threat to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Goals. Therefore, ESCAP needs to think of advancing its program of actions in the areas like trade facilitation for a more inclusive and connected Asia and Pacific region, capacity building to develop regulations to avoid the digital divide, and support in promoting digital inclusivity in trade and improving e-commerce and digital trade. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Next speaker is India, to be followed by Indonesia. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished guests. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes international trade as an engine for inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction. The trade growth, however, has been affected in recent years due to disruptions in economic activity and global trade on account of COVID-19 pandemic, which has negated the progress achieved in this direction in last few years. Owing to a series of reforms undertaken by Government of India, India has emerged as one of the fastest growing market economies with expected GDP growth of 8.2% in 2022-23 and well poised to become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. As a result of our special emphasis on economic reforms, which include fiscal consolidation, minimizing regulatory compliances, promoting ease of doing business, and accelerating infrastructure development, the export in goods and services in the last fiscal year has grown at the rate of 35% and reached about $669 billion. During the same period, India has also emerged as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with more than 70,000 recognized startups. Mr. Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught a lesson to the world that global economy needs greater diversification, and thus expansion and diversification of global value chains is the new imperative. Our belief in Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India is inspired by this spirit. India has implemented several measures to facilitate trade since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. We shifted to a common digital platform for issuance of electronic preferential certificate of origins and are working on facilitating further exchange of information in digital format across partner countries in the next phase of development. India ratified WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement in April 2016 and has also completed compliances of its various commitments. India has taken a number of measures for reducing the cost of import and exports, such as establishment of a national single window system to route all import-related formalities, simplification of fee and charges for various clearance-related activities at the borders, paperless filing of import-export documents through e-Sanchit project, etc. The trade facilitation measures have resulted in India scoring 90.32% in ESCAP's 2021 Global Survey on Digital and Sustainable Trade Facilitation. India has also achieved a 100% score in the Transparency Index and 96.3% in Paperless Trade Index. Mr. Chair, on investment front, the measures taken by government such as FDI policy reforms and investment facilitation have resulted in increased FDI flows into the country. India attracted highest ever total FDI inflow of $83.57 billion during the financial year 2020-21. India is offering opportunities for investors in setting up state-of-art manufacturing units across various sectors, which is supported by a conducive ecosystem, which includes a largely competitive price skilled workforce, production-linked incentive schemes spanning 14 key sectors, a stable tax regime with globally competitive tax rate. India has undertaken a number of policy initiatives to enable business innovation for inclusive and sustainable development. India is the first country to legislate the need to undertake corporate social responsibility activities by businesses under its Companies Act, with the aim to integrate social and environmental concerns in the business operation. The scope of CSR activities is expanded to allow firms to support research and innovation by government-funded incubators, opening up exciting possibilities for companies to depart from traditional ways of spending CSR. The Samriddhi Fund, a $55 million social venture fund set up by Small Industry Development Bank of India, provides risk capital to companies supporting economic, social, or environmental benefits to the poor in certain low-income states of India. Government of India hosts one of the regional institute of ESCAP, Asia Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology. APCTT organized a side event on strategic priorities.
Distinguished delegates of India, you have exceeded the time limit. Please wrap up your statement. Thank you.
Sir. APCT organized a side event on strategic priorities for adoption of emerging technologies in the energy sector for climate change mitigation during the commission, which was well attended by the member state. Mr. Chair, the pandemic has reminded us of the importance of multilateralism and adherence to a rule-based global order in achieving the larger good in an equitable and sustainable manner. India remains committed to a multilateral trading system. Multilateral institutions have an important role to play in building mutual trust, in minimizing the impact of disruptions through cross-country cooperation, and most importantly, in ensuring global recovery with efficacy. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, India, for your statement. Next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by China. In Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. International trade and investment have been indispensable engine for economic growth and essential means of implementation to achieve the 2030 agenda. Indonesia has taken measures to make trade and investment more sustainable and environmental friendly. First, improving quality of environment, increasing resilience towards disaster and climate change, and implementing low carbon development approach. The implementation of climate resilient development is necessary to balance economy, social, and environmental aspect. Second, Indonesia is accelerating sustainable trade and investment ecosystem by encouraging business transformation from conventional to sustainable system and promoting sustainable business best practices. Investment is implemented based on sustainability principles and global and national standards. Third, Indonesia has adopted Industry 4.0 to increase labor productivity, boost competitiveness, and increase global market share. Indonesia has strong commitment to comply with sustainability standards, use advanced technology to increase productivity and efficient use of resources, and promote a conducive environment on regulation, taxes, and subsidies for more sustainable investment. Strengthened multilateral and regional cooperation has become critical to mitigating the global climate crisis. Enhanced cooperation and collaborations are necessary to build a more sustainable trade and investment in the regions. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. The next speaker is China. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。过去1年，尽管受新冠肺炎疫情严重冲击，亚太地区贸易投资领域合作仍然取得积极进展。区域全面经济伙伴关系协定于今年初正式生效，是亚太区域经济一体化的里程碑进展，为促进本地区经济增长和疫后复苏注入新动力。疫情发生以来，中方始终本着合作共赢理念，同亚太各国携手应对挑战。中方积极向多个国家提供医疗物资援助，保障区域供应链顺畅稳定。在国内，中方采取了一系列稳定外贸和外资措施。2021年11月，第4届中国国际进口博览会成功举办，累计意向进口成交额超700亿美元。2021年，中国货物贸易进出口总值首次突破6万亿美元，同比增长30%，其中进口2.69万亿美元，同比增长30.1%，为全球经济复苏做出了重大贡献。面对疫后复苏的艰巨任务，亚太国家应团结合作，反对单边主义和贸易保护主义，消除贸易投资壁垒，维护以世贸组织为核心的多边贸易体制，推动经济全球化朝着更加开放、包容、普惠、平衡、共赢方向发展。应推动构建开放型亚太经济，促进各成员贸易投资领域合作，深化区域经济一体化，缩小发展鸿沟，为亚太地区可持续发展做出积极贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Now, may I invite Mr. George Lam, Chair of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, to report on the work of the network. Please, George, please unmute your microphone. We could not listen you. Again, we could not listen. Please turn on your microphone.
He needs to click on the microphone icon.
Yeah, please click on the microphone icon. We could not hear you. Still not. No, we could not listen you, yeah.
The mic
Mr. George, please click on microphone and
on the camera.
Camera is busy. Mr. Lam, please turn on the camera and unmute the microphone. Yeah, please. We could not see you and listen you. So we'll come back once we are connected with Mr. Lam. So would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4I, pertaining to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science and Technology and Innovation. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/23, report of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development on its 16th session. ESCAP/78/24 on digital cooperation for an inclusive digital society, and ESCAP/78/2022 on policy to enable business innovation for inclusive and sustainable development. I now invite the chair of the 16th session of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Training Center for ICT for Development, APCICT, Mr. Mias Po, Undersecretary of the State, Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, Cambodia, to brief us on the outcome of that meeting. Mr. Po, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellency, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Governing Council of the ASEAN and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development, I am pleased to brief you on the outcome of the Council deliberation during its 16th session held virtually on 25th November 2021. The 16th Governing Council section reviewed the implementation of the Center work program as well as its administration and financial status. This including the Center effort to enhance its capacity development support to the member state in the area of digital government and transformation, ICT for disaster risk management, data-driven governance, data protection and privacy, ICT for climate resilient development, ICT for active aging, and frontier ICT technology for development. The Governing Council endorsed the Center 2022 work plan, which focused on providing more practical and impactful capacity building program tailored to the needs of member states. The Governing Council also welcomed the ongoing ICT landscape study and assessment of capacity building in Asia and the Pacific. The study intended to guide the Center in identifying its strategic focus and positioning on the new digital era, as well as in the development for more relevant capacity building program in the future. On behalf of the Governing Council, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea for its continuing support of the work of APC ICT. I would also like to thank member states who have provided valuable volunteer contribution as well as program partner for their in-kind support to implement the center program. I take this opportunity to invite all ESCAP member states to collaborate and support the important work of the center, including through voluntary and in-kind contribution. May I wish the meeting fruitful and successful. Thank you for your kind attention. Excellency Chair, may I request to have one more statement on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia and on the chairmanship of the Asia Pacific Information Center, Information Superhighway.
Yeah.
Make a statement from the floor.
Yeah.
So he can make a statement.
Yeah. Mr. Po, I think you can make intervention from the floor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because under chairmanship of the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway.
Yeah. From the floor you can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Asia Pacific Information Superhighway.
This is in connecting.
It's okay. Let him.
Okay. Okay, please, Mr. Po.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Good afternoon again. I would like to thank ESCAP for the invitation to attend the 78th Commission of ESCAP. I am pleased to report to the communication that Cambodia accord high priority to regional digital cooperation. Cambodia is actively engaging on regional cooperation for digital connectivity as chair of the steering committee of the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway. On the Cambodia chairmanship, I am pleased to inform the Commission that a draft action plan of the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway for 2022 to 2026 was drafted and adopted by steering committee in November 2022. I hope that the action plan will be reviewed and endorsed by the Committee on Information and Communication Technology and Science, Technology and Innovation in August 2022. Cambodia expressed its appreciation to the Republic of Korea for offering to co-host with the ESCAP Secretariat the Ministerial Conference on Digital Transformation 2022 in Seoul, Republic of Korea in November 2022. Cambodia look forward to attending this high-level event and engaging with the Minister of other Asia Pacific countries and agreeing on projects under the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway that will bring digital benefit to everyone for the Asia Pacific region. Thank you for your kind attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Po, for your statements. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Thailand, to be followed by Bangladesh. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, the Royal Thai government would like to congratulate ESCAP for the 75th anniversary of the establishment. In the era of digital transformation and seamless connectivity, Thailand has been working continuously to achieve the goal, and the obvious result came out as plan and policy to bridge the digital divide enable the environmental to facilitate digital growth, provide 5G and broadband infrastructure, enforce digital laws, transform the society into trust digital environment, protect the people from illegal inline activities, and build digital manpower. Over the years, there have been a great improvement in adopting and utilizing ICTs and digital technology. These improvements still continue to evolve new changes, new paradigms, as well as the global challenges. Thailand has the view that one important technology challenge in this is about trust and security that can create a more secure digital world. Under the rapid expansion of the digital emerging technologies, especially on security, Thailand has designed to establish the Office of National Committee on Cybersecurity, or we call NCSA, under Security Act in May 2019 to enforce legal safeguards to ensure the security of cyberspace and to set out a cybersecurity risk assessment plan to prevent and mitigate against cybersecurity threats that may affect critical information infrastructure. Moreover, Thailand has also established the National CERT in August 2021 to respond and mitigate cyber threats. Taking this opportunity, Thailand would like to seek support from ESCAP on capacity building, exchange of experts and experiences in cybersecurity in the very possible near future. Our region will still have to face many technology challenges to come: climate change, 4IR, disruptive technology, cyber attack, the pandemic, to name but a few, which will be our task to handle for our people. We, as government sector, together with private sector, and all development partners should work together to support and enhance the APIS initiative, ESCAP programs and activities, and also APCICT's activities to prepare and cope with those incoming changes for the benefits of our region, our people, and future generations. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. Next speaker is Bangladesh, to be followed by China. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Bangladesh has given the highest emphasis on science and information and communication technology sector, considering their direct association with Sustainable Development Goals. Targets 17.6 and 17.8 of SDGs aim to enhance North-South and triangular regional and international cooperation in science and technology and innovation as a way to achieve those targets. We are driven by visions to build a people-friendly information technology, and its current mission is to establish a prosperous Bangladesh through e-governance, reliable cyber access at the grassroots level, development of IT-based human resources, export-oriented development of the IT industry, and the use of citizen-friendly IT technology. In line with the requirements of SDG Goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and Goal 13, which is climate action, we are implementing Rupur nuclear power plant project, which will produce safe, secure, sustainable, and reliable electric power at affordable cost and contribute in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, thus combating the climate change. To ensure internet access for all, which is SDG Goal 9C, Bangladesh establishing connections in rural and also in the hard-to-reach area like island along the Bay of Bengal, waterlogged northeast Howrah areas that will get broadband internet connectivity with a view to establishing My Village, My Town approach. We're also developing a skilled, equipped, and digital-ready pool of talent for the ICT industry at home and abroad. Our HRD plan has a strong focus on training professionals on emerging technologies like IoT, blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data, and analytics. Bangladesh is in the process of establishing 39 high-tech parks and software technology parks across the country where foreign investors can invest. We can also export the trained IT skill manpower to the ESCAP member states and can cooperate on human skills development, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity through training programs. technology transfer, experience sharing, and capacity building programs in the ICT sector. With the South-South Network for Triangular Cooperation, Bangladesh has facilitated knowledge sharing and collaboration in the field of science, technology, and innovation in the Asia-Pacific region. 5 best practices have been identified from Bangladesh under the South-South and Triangular Cooperation Network. The best practices are Digital Center, Service Innovation Fund, Empathy Training, TCB, and SDG Tracker. Knowledge and experience sharing are being conducted on various issues, including SDGs, through a partnership with Somalia, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, Fiji, Philippines, and Paraguay. We have prepared the post-COVID-19 National ICT Roadmap, which is an active document with the whole of the government and whole of the society approach. There are lots of challenges to achieve SDGs for a developing country like Bangladesh. We may work together to overcome all those challenges. Bangladesh wants to work with ESCAP closely to cooperate effectively and hopes this would be wider in future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Next speaker is China. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。过去1年 ，ESCAP 秘书处积极利用新冠肺炎疫情带来的数字转型契机，推动亚太信息高速公路倡议加快落实，为科技创新促进可持续发展提供了重要动力。中方对此表示肯定。中国政府统筹推进疫情防控和经济社会发展，高度重视数字经济。2020年，中国数字经济规模达5.4万亿美元，占 GDP 比重近40%。截至2021年底，中国互联网普及率达73%。同时，中方积极支持区域和全球信息通信和科技创新合作。去年，可持续发展大数据国际研究中心落户北京，成为全球首个以大数据服务联合国2030年可持续发展议程的国际科研机构。女士们、先生们，亚太地区是世界上数字鸿沟最大的地区。疫情加速推动区域数字转型，但仍面临不平衡等问题。各方应用好 ESCAP 平台，推动区域交流与能力建设，推动数字基础设施硬联通和技术标准软联通，推动企业创新，以促进包容性可持续发展，切实增强网络监管和数据安全，坚决反对利用互联网传播仇恨言论和污名化。中方愿与亚太各国加强信息通信互联互通合作，发挥信息通信技术和数字经济的独特作用，促进亚太可持续发展和疫后复苏。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Next speaker is Kazakhstan, to be followed by Philippines. Kazakhstan, you have the floor, please. Yeah, please turn on the camera and also microphone on. We could not listen, we could not see you.
Sorry, I am sorry. Thank you, Chair. Regarding agenda item 4, I am pleased to report to the Commission that Kazakhstan has worked with the ESCAP Secretariat to develop a draft action plan of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway for 2022 to 2026, and we put high priority to this regional digital cooperation initiative in the Asia-Pacific region. Kazakhstan is now actively engaging on the implementation of the action plan for digital transformation and building an inclusive digital society as the vice chair of the Working Group 1 Connectivity for All of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway. I hope that the action plan will be reviewed and endorsed by the Committee on ICT and Science, Technology and Innovation to be held in August 2022. Kazakhstan also expresses appreciation to the Republic of Korea for offering to co-host with the ESCAP Secretariat the Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference in Seoul, Republic of Korea, to be held on 10th of November 2022. Kazakhstan is supporting this high-level initiative and believes that this ministerial conference will be a great momentum to strengthen our cooperative actions towards an inclusive digital society. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazakhstan, for your statement. Next speaker is Philippines, followed by Indonesia. Philippines, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. On behalf of the Philippine government, the Department of Information and Communications Technology, the DICT, which is the academic partner in the Philippines, would like to commend and congratulate the APCICT, or the Center, for having been very instrumental in strengthening the human and institutional capacities of member states in the area of digital development, and for its continued implementation of capacity building programs despite the challenges brought about by the coronavirus disease or the COVID-19 pandemic. At the DICT, we have incorporated almost all the modules of the Academy in the GCIO Competency Development Program and the Upskilling and the Tooling for Government program. We have expanded our reach nationwide through our regional offices, partnerships with academic institutions such as the state universities and colleges, as well as the conduct of trainings online. And in the immediate future, we will be establishing more digital transformation centers, or DTCs, where the academy modules will likewise be accessed and the center's capacity building resources utilized. Furthermore, we would like to once again pledge our support to the center. The government of the Philippines, through DICT, will continue to provide in-kind contributions to support the delivery and promotion of the center's programs, thereby contributing to the attainment of its goals and objectives. We will continuously conduct the Academy modules nationwide, support the localization of training modules, and host training of trainers, expert group meetings, consultative meetings, as well as other training-related activities of the center. Moreover, we would like to encourage all partner countries to collaborate and support the center's programs, projects, and activities, as well as the sharing of experiences, best practices, and resources with each other. Additionally, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the member states for the vote of confidence to once again be part of the Governing Council. We assure our continued support to earnestly further advance and foster capacity building in the area of digital technologies in the region in the context of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the post-COVID-19. Once again, Congratulations to the APCT for all its efforts to build the human and institutional capacities of member states in the area of digital development. Rest assured of our continued support, and we look forward to more responsive and forward-looking capacity programs and services. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Philippines, for your statement. Next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by the Republic of Korea. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has accelerated the adoption of digital technologies. Indonesia would like to share some lessons and respond to the growing needs for ICT development for greater inclusion. Currently, 73.7% of Indonesia's population are internet users. We have become one of the largest internet users in the world. Access to digital service and digital opportunities are provided for all, especially the elderly, youth, and women. We have completed national fiber optic networks reaching all 34 provinces and 514 regencies and cities throughout Indonesia. Indonesia continues to develop ICT infrastructure, including 5G network, for a broad impact on connectivity and digital transformation. In general, these policies are key strategy for digital transformation in Indonesia. First, accelerating ICT infrastructure development, especially in non-commercial areas, in order to support digitalization and digital transformation in public services, tourism sector, industry, and other strategic economic sectors. Second, encouraging the use of national data centers and general applications for better interoperability between the central and subnational government, as well as business entities. Third, encouraging the use of digital technologies in strategic sectors, such as government, education, health, industry, tourism, and other sectors. Digital skills, information security, and domestic industry readiness must be strengthened to support a healthy digital environment. Despite progress in expanding internet access over the last decade, the digital divide in Indonesia remains a major challenge. As such, Indonesia seeks cooperation with our fellow Asia-Pacific governments and business in technology and innovations to bolster an equal and sustainable digital transformation. Therefore, under Indonesia's G20 presidency, we advocate for concrete deliverables in digital transformation for greater inclusion of access to digital technologies for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your statement. Next speaker is Republic of Korea. Republic of Korea, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea would like to make cooperation activities scheduled this year with ESCAP in the ICT sector. At the last year's the Governing Council, the APC ICT Secretariat introduced creating 4 new modules as their major work plans for the 2022. The launching event for one of them, Frontier ICT for Sustainable Development, will be jointly held by Korea and the IPC ICT in September this year. We hope that this module will create opportunities for ESCAP member states to address the challenges and policy concerns caused by emerging technologies through the analysis of developed and developing countries' case studies on AI, IoT, and blockchains. As the COVID-19 pandemic seems to be slowing down this year, this launching event and the sideline programs will be held in person in 2 years. So we hope that your interest and participations will be very much appreciated. And I also like to thank the Secretariat for hard works on digital cooperations for an inclusive digital society. We think the policy recommendations presented are all interconnected. So in particular, the last one, regional cooperation and partnerships will be crucial to an inclusive digital transformation in our Asia-Pacific regions. So we believe that the APIS 2022 and 26 action plans will contribute to achieving these policy pathways, and Korea will actively participate in the implementation of this. And lastly, as mentioned in the country statement of nations, Korea government and the UN ESCAP will jointly co-host the Asia Pacific Digital Ministers meetings in November in Seoul. I would like to see our discussions on regional digital corporations continue at this meeting. Your interest and participations will be very much appreciated, and I really hope to see you all in the Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your statement. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. Let us proceed with agenda sub-item 4J on the Committee on Statistics. The document pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/25, report of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific on its 17th session, ESCAP/78/26, report of the Second Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP/78/26/add.1, the Ministerial Declaration on Building a More Resilient Future with Inclusive Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, and ESCAP/78/27, From Gross Domestic Product to Well-being and Sustainability Means and Measures. Now I invite the Vice Chair of one of the Second Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific, His Excellency Mr. Tumur Amarsana, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, Embassy of Mongolia, to brief us about the outcome of that meeting. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, we in Asia and the Pacific have shared the vision that by 2024, all people in the region will benefit from universal and responsive civil registration and vital statistics systems, facilitating the realization of their rights and supporting good governance, health, and development. In 2014, governments attended the Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific and proclaimed the years 2015 to 2024 as the Asia and the Pacific Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Decade. Despite the progress made during the first part of the decade, many people in the region are still being left behind, and we have work ahead to achieve this shared vision of universal registration. This was highlighted in the midterm report of the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Decade released by ESCAP in 2021. Also, last year we met to celebrate the midpoint of the Asia and the Pacific Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Decade with the convening of the Second Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics. Deliberations during the conference highlighted how the COVID-19 pandemic has placed a renewed importance on the need for timely and reliable data on death and their causes, and the critical role of civil registration and vital statistics system ensuring inclusive access to health care and social protection service in times of crisis. Mongolia was elected vice chair of the ministerial segment of the second ministerial conference on civil registration and vital statistics in Asia and the Pacific. I would like to thank my fellow colleagues for bestowing this honor. I wish to acknowledge the support given to the chair and I by all countries, development partners, and the Secretariat. The main outcome of the ministerial conference was the ministerial declaration building a more resilient future with inclusive civil registration and vital statistics. The declaration reinforces the continued commitment of our region to achieving universal civil registration of birth, death, and other vital events. The ministerial declaration includes key areas of action that will help us progress towards our shared regional vision as we enter the second half of the decade. In this regard, the Commission is expected to adopt a resolution to endorse this outcome document. Distinguished delegates, while we still have much to do, we are on the right path. I invite you all to support initiatives to ensure we get everyone, everywhere into the picture. I take this opportunity to thank you and our development partners for your commitment to civil registration and vital statistics. Your support and encouragement are invaluable to our effort. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your briefing. I now give the floor to the chair of the 17th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, Ms. Hatai Chanok Chainau Parwat, National Statistical Office Director of the Statistical Forecasting Division, Thailand, to brief us about the outcome of that meeting.
The 17th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific was held on 2nd and 3rd December 2021 via video conferencing. During the session, Council members expressed their views on development of e-learning training materials and methodology by the Institute. The Council also considered irregular agenda items, including the report of the Director of the Institute on its achievements in 2021 and the proposed work program and financial plan for 2022. Even under the COVID pandemic, training needs were strong. The Institute organized and delivered virtual interactive training courses. The number of participants was 3,102 in 2021, largest in history of the Institute. Delivery of e-learning courses was supported by a couple of webinars. The Council acknowledged the achievement of the Institute during the pandemic condition. The Council requested that additional good e-learning development methodologies be employed, including the utilization of hand-on sessions in web-based training, which can be actually shared among member states. The possibility of allocating resources for translation of e-learning courses into additional United Nations official languages be explored, and that training of trainees program be organized to build the capacity of staff at national statistical offices to enable them to conduct national-level training activities, and for such program to include training on facilitation skill. The Institute proposed 33 training courses, including 23 e-learning courses, as the work program and financial plan for 2022. The Council reviewed and endorsed the work program and financial plan of the Institute. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to present the outcome of the 17th session of the Governing Council of the Institute to the Commission today.
Thank you for your briefing. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Bangladesh, to be followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In Bangladesh, National Data Coordination Committee has been constituted by taking representatives from all data generating agencies to streamline the data generation system and also to reduce the duplicity, prioritize the areas of the survey, identify data gaps, ensure the availability of quality data, and coordinate among ministries and divisions to make data available for SDGs and monitor other international commitments. National Advisory Committee on Statistics also formed for setting statistics related to national priorities and providing advice and guidance. Bangladesh has a high-level political commitment and coordination mechanism for improving its integrated resilient CRVS approach. After the first ministerial conference on CRVS for Asia and the Pacific, we stepped up measures to achieve the vision, goals, and activities of the Regional Action Framework, which is aligned with our development plan of becoming an upper middle income country by 2031 and high income country by 2041. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure evidence-based monitoring so that no one is left behind in achieving SDGs, the government of Bangladesh has launched and upheld the online SDG tracker, with which all the official data generating sources are connected to provide updated official data on the platform electronically. Bangladesh is implementing the Data for Now D4N initiative of the United Nations Statistics Division, under which the capacity building of the national statistical system is going on. We are committed to fulfilling the declaration of the CRVS Decade Agenda, Get Everyone in the Picture by 2024, and the targets of SDG, which is legal identity for all, including birth registration, by 2030. And for this reason, we would like to request to CF to have more participants from Bangladesh in their statistical capacity building training and also training of trainer to enable us to build the capacity of staff of national statistical offices to conduct national level training activities. We believe that the digitization of civil registration and vital statistics systems needed to be accelerated to achieve the shared vision of universal and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system for all people. Continued support from the international development partners is important to meet the nationally set goals and targets of the Regional Action Framework. We expect more international support in terms of finance and technology from the developed world through the ESCAP platform, which could then be made available to members and associate members to implement the civil registration and vital statistics strategy. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by China. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Indonesia has made substantial progress in improving data availability to monitor SDGs achievements. The improvement quality of basic and sectoral statistics has become our priority. Indonesia always strives for greater inclusiveness. We obtain data at the smallest administration areas to capture those who are in vulnerable situations. For us, capacity building always remains crucial to ensure accuracy, quality, and timeliness of SDGs data. This should also be conducted comprehensively at National Statistics Office, line ministries, local governments, and relevant institutions. To measure national prosperity, the governmental set out broader parameters reflected in the 2022 Annual Work Plan. Our macro development indicators include comprehensive measures such as Human Development Index, poverty rate, unemployment rate, Gini ratio, GHG emission, and farmers and fishermen exchange value. Mr. Chair, we are committed to going beyond economic growth in achieving welfare and equity, as well as accelerating SDGs agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. The next speaker is China. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。过去1年 ，ESCAP 秘书处积极开展统计领域区域经验交流和能力建设，成功举办第2届民事登记和人口动态统计部长会，为加强亚太各国官方统计能力和统计区域合作作出积极贡献。中方对此表示肯定。中国政府高度重视国家统计工作，建立了较为健全的统计体系。去年，中国克服新冠肺炎疫情影响，如期顺利完成第7次全国人口普查。同时，中方积极参与区域统计领域合作，认真落实 CRVS 10年共同愿景。通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金，中方支持 ESCAP 统计司开展区域统计能力建设项目。中方积极参与亚太统计研究所工作，持续向 CEP 提供捐款。女士们、先生们，面对可持续发展挑战，各方应加强统计工作顶层设计，完善计量方法，加强各部门统筹协调，提高统计系统韧性与包容性。应促进全社会积极参与，强化伙伴关系，保障充足的资金支持，用好 ESCAP 平台，加强统计区域经验交流、技术分享、能力建设和项目合作。中方将继续支持并积极参与统计区域合作，共同提升为政府决策和公共服务提供有力数据支撑的能力，推动落实统计相关可持续发展目标，更好促进亚太地区疫后复苏与可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. The next speaker is Philippines, to be followed by Japan. Philippines, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, good afternoon. The Philippines, through the Philippine Statistics Authority, which is mandated to carry out, enforce, and administer civil registration functions in the country, supports the ministerial declaration on building a more resilient future with inclusive civil registration and vital statistics, or CRVS. Considering the progress made and the recent developments in CRVS in Asia-Pacific region, we support the endorsement of the declaration, which demonstrates clear action plans to achieve our shared vision by 2024. As we approach the conclusion of the CRVS decade, so much more remains to be done in rallying the collective efforts of all relevant stakeholders. And drawing from our national experience, a multi-sectoral approach has proven effective in increasing awareness, improving customer-centric services, and providing timelier and more accurate CRVS data for policy and decision-making. Constant dialogue between different sectors of the government through joint projects with the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Interagency Committee on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics has facilitated the continuous improvement of the CRVS system, particularly in strengthening capacity, improving coordination, and enhancing collaboration. By creating smoother communication channels, the different government agencies can share experiences, successes, challenges, and lessons learned to develop more robust CRVS systems, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And furthermore, technology has paved the way toward delivering more efficient civil registration services through the digital transformation of operations. There have also been collaborations with Vital Strategies and the University of Melbourne to improve the timeliness, completeness, and accuracy of vital statistics. These are just some of the ways we have operationalized the implementation of improving the CRVS system. With the guidance of the Ministerial Declaration and the strong partnership in this Commission, we can accelerate progress to ensure that all people in Asia and the Pacific will indeed benefit from a universal and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Philippines, for the statement. The next speaker is Japan, to be followed by Vietnam. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates. Please allow me to make a brief statement on behalf of the host government of CEAP. We would like to express our gratitude to the Chair, the representatives of the member countries and observers at the 17th session of the CEAP Governing Council for their valuable contribution. We would also like to thank the Director of CEAP as well as other officials from the Secretariats of CEAP and ESCAP. We gladly anticipate the Director's arrival in Japan soon and look forward to continue supporting CEAP in its successful implementation of activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for the statement. The next speaker is Vietnam, to be followed by Thailand. Vietnam, you have the floor, please.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, as a newly elected member of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, our General Statistics Office highly appreciates the role of statistics in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals of the Asia Pacific. The SDGs cannot be implemented without accurate, inclusive, and timely statistics to monitor the progress in moving towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Vietnam is working with partners in the region to implement the ministerial declarations on building a more resilient future with inclusive civil registrations and vital statistics, adopted at the second ministerial conference on the 29th of November 2021. Universal and responsive civil registrations and vital statistics system have a critical role in the implementations of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including providing documents and records for individuals to establish their legal identity in accordance with SDG 16.9, assisting the implementations of universal health coverage, ensuring access to education without discriminations, and promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women. Vietnam takes notes of the draft reports of the Governing Councils of CEAP. Vietnam greatly appreciates the importance of CEAP in supporting statistical capacity building for members and associate members in the region through training courses. Vietnam believes that CEAP, with its missions as a center for training high-quality human resources in statistics in the Asia and the Pacific region, will continue to develop and contribute more to the global statistic community, as well as contribute to supporting members in successful implementations of their sustainable development goals. The General Statistics Office of Vietnam has been actively participating in many training courses provided by the CEAP. These training courses have really helped to improve the statistical capacity of Vietnam. Therefore, we are confident that previous and ongoing CEAP support to Vietnam would be the foundations to make profound and practical contributions to the objectives of the CEAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam, for your statement. The next speaker is Thailand. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Excellency, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we, the National Statistical Office of Thailand, or TNSO, have prioritized to the modernization of our organization to respond to the needs of users to access information more conveniently and quickly, and to be in line with the government digital services policy. We have established a statistics sharing hub system that can exchange statistical data according to SDMX or statistical data and metadata exchange between government agencies and international organizations. This system allows data users to search and use statistical data for analyzing, planning, and making a decision easier, faster, and more efficient. In this regard, we are excited to announce the launch of Statistic Sharing Hub system via https stat.nso.go.th or the Statistic Sharing Hub banner on TNSO website www.nso.go.th. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to present to the Commission today.
Thank you, Thailand, for the statement. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the allotted time for today and the conclusion of agenda item 4. We will resume our discussion tomorrow, Friday, May 27 at 10 hours, Bangkok time sharp, to take up agenda item 5 through 10. Just before we adjourn the meeting, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. I turn to the matter of the elections of the governing councils. As communicated yesterday, to fill the 2 remaining seats of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, SIAP, a second round of elections was convened today between 9:30 and 11 hours Bangkok time, and simultaneously also in Suva and Beijing. The full results, of course, will be announced tomorrow, but I would like to announce the results already, given that many member states were asking, and also to inform you that we will not need a third round of elections. So the results of the voting are as follows. The number of ballot papers casted was 32, with 1 invalid ballot. Therefore, the number of valid ballots was 31. No abstentions. And the numbers of members present and voting was therefore 31. The required majority was 16. And the results of the voting is as follows. Bangladesh, 18, Georgia, 14, Pakistan, 10, and Philippines, 18. Having obtained the required majority, Bangladesh and the Philippines thus have been elected as members of the Governing Council for the Statistical Institute of Asia and the Pacific for the term 2022-2025, joining China, India, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam as communicated yesterday. Now turning to the matter of the evaluation of the session, I'd just like to remind all participants to please take some time to fill in the evaluation questionnaire. It's available on the Commission website on the landing page on the Overview tab. There's also at the entrance of the conference room a signage with the QR code that you can use. So we ask all delegations to please complete a questionnaire, and as mentioned, your valuable feedback will be very useful for us to improve the quality of our services and the service we provide to all of you. Thank you for your valuable feedback and for your attention.
Thank you, Secretariat. The meeting is adjourned.